Chapter 2378. No Light in the Night was surprised and pleasantly surprised. Ling Xiao's advanced lightning battle body was beyond his expectation. I didn't expect that among the disciples of the Eight Immortal Mountain, other than Akira who sold his soul to the devil, there is someone else who can cultivate an advanced battle body. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm liking you more and more. Ha ha ha. Oh my god. Is the boss performing magic? How did he become so strong? Lin Yang was also dumbfounded. He was quite arrogant before, but Desert Cloud's performance just now had hit him hard. But now, Ling Xiao's advanced lightning battle physique had completely blasted him to a crisp. He was completely dumbfounded. In front of these two monsters, he was nothing. Bastard, you were hiding your strength. Desert Cloud was furious. Ling Xiao dared to hide his strength in front of him, which made him very unhappy. And no matter what, he was taking advantage of Lin Yang's perilous situation. It was a sneak attack. Even if the reason was dignified, if others said he was shameless, he couldn't refute. He used such a shameless method to deal with Ling Xiao, but he didn't succeed. How could he not be angry with such humiliation? So what if you hid your strength? It only means that you are too weak for me to use my full strength, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Then he stomped his foot and flew out. Now I'll show you what a real mid-tier jade martial skill is. You think you can use a martial skill at the perfection stage to embarrass yourself? With the heavy sword in his hand, thunder rumbled. Under the effects of advanced lightning battle constitution, the power of all of Ling Xiao's moves had increased significantly. The enhancement of a combat constitution was not only an increase in defense or attack. A combat constitution could give a warrior the power of a combat constitution, which could then strengthen all their moves. Kid, show me all your strength if you have the ability, or you won't have a chance. Desert Cloud was most afraid of Ling Xiao's sudden burst of strength that caught him off guard. For example, the advanced Thunderbolt battle physique this time had put him in a difficult position. You're not qualified. The fourth move of the Thunderbolt Meteor Sword Art, Heaven's Fall. Great success. With a sneer, Ling Xiao arrived in front of Desert Cloud. Middle stage, large success stage martial skill? Is Ling Xiao joking? Everyone who heard Ling Xiao's roar had the same thought, including the Desert Cloud. Whether it was a joke or not, they would soon find out. Sword Chi fell from the void as if the sky was falling. The gigantic lightning Sword Chi, which was as thick as a bowl, directly hit the Desert Cloud's defense. The defense of the Sand Martial Spirit was indeed outstanding. He actually managed to block the Sword Chi. However, things were not over yet. Although the Sword Chi did not directly hit Desert Cloud, the terrifying impact still sent Desert Cloud flying. In midair, Desert Cloud spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. It seems that the defense of your Sand Martial Spirit is not that good. Ling Xiao stood in the void with his sword in hand, looking coldly at Desert Cloud and said, "What you said just now, I want to return it to you. If you don't use your Jade Grade martial skill now, you won't have a chance." After saying this, his body flashed and turned into a bolt of lightning, attacking Desert Cloud again. This scene was clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. Everyone was shocked. They thought that even if Ling Xiao could defeat Akira, he would not stand a chance against Desert Cloud. They thought that Desert Cloud would be able to suppress Ling Xiao. But now, the situation seemed to be the opposite. Desert Cloud was actually forced to retreat. He only had the power to defend, but not the power to fight back. This Ling Xiao actually cultivated the advanced lightning battle body. This is really a huge surprise. Just like what he said, if Desert Cloud did not use his Jade Grade martial skill, I'm afraid he would be defeated. The Green Immortal Mountain Master looked at this scene nervously. He thought that Ling Xiao was courting death by choosing to fight Desert Cloud. That way, he would not have to apologize to Ling Xiao, nor would he have to promise Ling Xiao anything. But now, it seemed that Ling Xiao did not show any signs of defeat. Sand Eagle was also nervous. If even Desert Cloud could not kill Ling Xiao, then the Sand Race would be completely defeated today. Although he could still think of a way to deal with Ling Xiao after he entered the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. But he really did not want to see that scene. He did not want to see Ling Xiao become a disciple of the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. That would be too unfair to his dead brother. Don't worry, Young Master Sand. Ling Xiao will not win. Don't forget how powerful Desert Cloud's Jade-grade martial skill is. The purple immortal mountain master reminded. Ling Xiao is shining brightly now. When he dies, he will still be a corpse. Don't worry. That's right, Desert Cloud. Don't hide anymore. Ling Xiao has already grown to such a stage. Even if you use your Jade-grade martial skill to kill him, it won't be embarrassing. Sand Eagle suddenly shouted towards the direction of the battlefield. Hearing this, those who supported Ling Xiao suddenly became nervous. Lin Ruoxian's body trembled slightly. That was because he was worried, agitated, and uneasy. Ling Xiao, you have to live. You have to. Ling Xiao could not lose in a battle of life and death. Once he did, it would mean death. Lin Ruoxian could not bear to see Ling Xiao being killed. She hoped that a miracle would happen. She hoped that Ling Xiao could step into the upper 8 Immortal Mountain openly and become a disciple of the same level as her. Boss, you are a legend in my eyes. Don't let this legend be destroyed. Lin Yang also watched the battle anxiously. Although Ling Xiao had the upper hand now, everyone knew that Desert Cloud still had a powerful trump card that he had not used yet. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had probably used all his strength. Ling Xiao, you have to keep your word. We have to step into the upper 8 Immortal Mountain together. Otherwise, even if you die, I will not forgive you. You can't lie to me. Qingwan Flower was also very nervous. If Ling Xiao died, she felt that she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. The reason why Ling Xiao chose Desert Cloud was to let her and Lin Yang step into the upper 8 Immortal Mountain together. She understood this all too well, but she could not accept the cruel reality of Ling Xiao dying because of this. At this moment, the Nether Wolf and Heavenly Demon Spider had either escaped or died, because they knew how strong these two monsters were. Only the Nether Heavenly Demon was still floating nearby. It seemed like it was still looking for an opportunity to seize a body. The Nether Heavenly Demon was a spiritual body. They could not attack in their spiritual body state, but they could seize and occupy other bodies. Ling Xiao and Desert Cloud were so strong. They were all waiting for one or both of them to fall to the ground and let them seize their bodies. I'm so annoyed. Ling Xiao, since you want to die, then I'll let you see what a real high-tier Jade-grade martial skill is like. You should be very clear that even if it's a high-tier Jade-grade martial skill, there are still differences. So what if you have a high-tier lightning body? You'll still die. Chapter 2379. Desert Cloud roared angrily. Qingwan Flower and Akira's high-tier Jade-grade martial skills are just martial skills from the 8 Immortal Mountain. They are the lowest tier of high-tier Jade-grade martial skills. As for my high-grade Jade-grade martial skill, I learned it from the sand race. The quality cannot be mentioned in the same breath. He punched Ling Xiao away, his aura rising sharply. The rising sandstorm simply wrapped the entire nether peak inside. Heaven and earth turned dark. Sandrace's high-tier Jade-grade martial skill? Good, let me see it. I hope it won't disappoint me. Facing Desert Cloud's powerful martial skill, Ling Xiao was not afraid. Instead, he was excited. Every time he encountered a strong opponent, he would have a good breakthrough and comprehension. Now that he met Desert Cloud, who could barely be called a strong opponent, he could finally stimulate the potential in his body. Akira was too weak. He did not have the qualifications. Yellow sand filled the sky. The wind roared. Desert Cloud walked out of the sandstorm, and his body was covered in a layer of earthen yellow armor. In his hand, he held a 3-meter-long spear. On the spear, there was an astonishing power. So much so that the Nether Heavenly Demons roaming in the sky quietly fled far away. The Nether Heavenly Demons were naturally afraid of death. In the face of a powerful attack, they would also feel fear. The terrifying spear instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Black Sandstorm Dragon Spear. Amidst the roar, an earth-shattering black sandstorm swept over the nether peak. The terrifying power was completely focused on Ling Xiao. The power of this attack was incomparably strong. It was not that Desert Cloud was boasting, but it was indeed much stronger than Qingwan Flower and Akira's high-tier Jade-grade martial skill. The spectators were all amazed. Desert Cloud had such achievements at such a young age, He was indeed a genius of the sand race. At this time, even Lin Ruoxian was worried for Ling Xiao. The reason for that was because even she was able to sense how powerful that attack was. Although she would be able to receive it, it would be very difficult for her to do so. Would Ling Xiao really be able to block it? Brat, what kind of method are you going to use to resist? No Light in the Night was also looking forward to something. Although he didn't know what it was, his intuition told him that Ling Xiao would give him a surprise. Haha, good. Good timing. Facing Desert Cloud's brazen attack, Ling Xiao actually laughed out loud. Empty bravado? Die. What else can you rely on now? Desert Cloud was very uncomfortable with Ling Xiao's laughter, but he did not believe that Ling Xiao still had a trump card. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could change his fate of being killed. However, the next moment, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom. A brutal aura was released from Ling Xiao's body. The advanced lava battle body instantly enveloped Ling Xiao's entire body. What? Dual advanced battle bodies. This Ling Xiao is simply a monster. How did he succeed in cultivating it? This time, almost all the mountain lords stood up from their seats. They were amazed by Ling Xiao's terrifying potential. At that moment, Desert Cloud's attack hit Ling Xiao's heavy sword. The advanced lava battle body desperately resisted. It's useless. Even if you have dual advanced battle bodies, you will still die. The terrifying black sandstorm dragon spear pierced through the advanced lava battle body armor and only paused for a moment. There's still a surprise. Why are you in such a hurry? Ling Xiao sneered. His aura rose again. He released all of his cultivation. Late stage of the first transformation, second floor of hell. This terrifying power allowed him to face ordinary martial artists of the third level of hell without fear. What? The black sandstorm dragon spear was blocked by the lava battle body armor that had healed. Desert Cloud was completely dumbfounded. How did his cultivation improve so quickly? The onlookers were all amazed, including Lin Ruoxian. She remembered clearly that when she protected Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the peak of the first floor of hell. In just a few days, Ling Xiao had broken through to the late stage of the first floor of hell. At the same time, he had also condensed the advanced thunder battle body and advanced lava battle body. With these multiple enhancements, Ling Xiao finally managed to block Sha Yun's spear, and even managed to shatter that violent spear. This kid is really full of surprises. No Light in the Night's eyes were shining with excitement. He had never looked forward to seeing a disciple of the lower 8 immortal mountains so much. Impossible. This is impossible. How did his cultivation level increase so quickly? How did he cultivate? Sand Eagle was extremely nervous. Although he was a disciple of the upper 8 immortal mountain, his cultivation was only at the peak of the first floor of hell. If Ling Xiao continued to improve at this speed, it would be too easy to catch up with him. He felt panic. At this time, on the battlefield, Ling Xiao laughed. Desert Cloud, this is the high-tier Jade grade martial skill you were bragging about? I don't think it's that good. You bastard. I can't do anything to you, but you can't kill me either. Desert Cloud could only comfort himself with this thought. With Ling Xiao's current strength, he couldn't kill him at all. Because Ling Xiao had the demonic Tyrant Blood Dragon martial spirit transformation, dual advanced battle bodies, and the late stage of the first floor of hell. When all of these powers were combined, he was definitely not weaker than him. Is that so? You think too highly of yourself. Today, I will show you what a high-tier Jade Great Attack is. Ling Xiao withdrew the advanced lava battle body. Only the advanced thunder battle body was left. His body exploded with astonishing power amidst the lightning. Impossible. You don't know any high-tier Jade grade martial skills, right? Desert Cloud was shocked. That's right, I don't know any high-tier Jade grade martial skills, but I know a high-tier Jade grade secret technique. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. He had only used the Berserk Thunder art once, and that was when he controlled his cultivation to the peak of the first floor of hell. Its power was already very terrifying, but this time, he used the demonic Tyrant Blood Dragon martial spirit transformation, advanced thunder battle body, in the late stage of the first floor of hell. The moment the Berserk Thunder art was released, a huge crack appeared in the sky. Terrifying lightning continued to fall, condensing on the secret technique sword in Ling Xiao's hand. Seeing this scene, the people in front of the screen were shocked. What's going on? A high-tier jade-grade secret technique? Many people were confused. After all, secret techniques were not what the 8 Immortal Mountain was good at. They were very unfamiliar with soul power battle skills. Ha ha ha, it can't be wrong, it can't be wrong. This is a high-tier jade-grade secret technique, and its grade is very high. Although it's only at the small success stage, the power released is probably much stronger than Desert Cloud's high-tier jade-grade martial skill. No Light in the Night was a founding elder, and he was the only one present who recognized the secret technique Ling Xiao used. Terrifying lightning continued to condense on the secret technique sword. At that moment, Desert Cloud, who bore the brunt of the lightning, was the first to feel great fear. Chapter 2380. Facing Ling Xiao's terrifying attack, Desert Cloud actually cried out in fear. Ling Xiao, where it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. As long as you don't kill me, I'll definitely thank you. Idiot, don't you know that this is a life and death battle? Also, you're so shameless. Who would dare to believe your words? Die, Desert Cloud. Ling Xiao obviously wouldn't let Desert Cloud go. Desert Cloud had already shown his shameless side by taking advantage of others. If he was merciful now, he believed that he would soon receive his revenge. Therefore, even if he didn't kill Desert Cloud, this attack would completely cripple Desert Cloud. I'm from the Sandrace, you can't kill me. The terrified Desert Cloud used all his elemental energy to defend himself. The thick sand formed layer after layer of protection on the surface of his body. However, it was all useless. Ling Xiao's Berserk Thunder Art was finally released. Wrapped in the power of the high-grade lightning body, the pressure of the Imperial Heaven Earth Queen, and the battle intent of the tyrannical Blood Demon Dragon, it heavily bombarded the layers of sand. In just an instant, that seemingly sturdy and indestructible armor instantly shattered. The terrifying Berserk Thunder Art struck Desert Cloud's body. The thunder was roaring. Desert Cloud was howling. People could even see the flickering bones of Desert Cloud when the thunder struck him. Die. Ling Xiao didn't show mercy. After the Berserk Thunder Art, he followed up with another sword. Desert Cloud's body was torn into pieces in the air, falling down and being eaten by the hell wolves hiding at the side. Not even a complete corpse was left. Dead silence. The entire place was dead silent. The entire 8 Immortal Mountain fell into dead silence. Although the scene in front of them was so real, many people couldn't believe it. They couldn't understand how the number 1 genius of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain, Desert Cloud, lost to Ling Xiao, and he died so miserably. Ha ha ha, Boss One. Boss One. Lin Yang was the first to break the silence. His excited voice spread through the crowd like a plague. At this time, almost everyone came to their senses. The originally deathly silent scene instantly became chaotic. People mumbled to themselves, and some even rubbed their eyes with all their might, because they really could not believe what they were seeing. Until Ling Xiao stepped out of the teleportation array. Many people were still in shock, and had yet to recover from the shock. His mind was completely blank. Ling Xiao versus Desert Cloud. Ling Xiao wins. So far, the 3 people who will go to the 8 Immortal Mountain have been decided. Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and Qingwan Flower. No Light in the Night announced the results. This made many people who still couldn't believe their eyes finally have no choice but to believe. Ling Xiao really killed the number 1 genius of the 8 Immortals Mountain and became a disciple of the 8 Immortals Mountain. This was simply a legend, like a dream. Such a result was undoubtedly a huge surprise for the people of the Black Immortal Mountain, Qingwan Flower, Lin Yang, and Lin Ruoxian, who had a good relationship with Ling Xiao. And for the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, it was a huge blow. One had to know that in the second round, the Scarlet Immortal Mountain had 2 teams that stayed behind. And the number 1 team, Desert Cloud and Akira, were both there. At that time, not only the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, but also everyone else, probably thought that the Scarlet Immortal Mountain would be the biggest winner of this round. But now the round was completely over. Akira was dead. Desert Cloud was dead. Not a single person from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain advanced. On the contrary, Team Skyscraper, which was the least favored at the beginning, actually had 3 people advance at the same time. All of this seemed to be related to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was simply the nemesis of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Scarlet Immortal Mountain's leader, Scarlet Immortal Mountain, who had already left the scene, vomited blood in the Sandrace's meeting hall and fainted on the spot. Even Serene's face was ashen. Losing to No Light in the Night was not shameful, because everyone knew how strong No Light in the Night was. But Desert Cloud and Akira both lost to Ling Xiao. This was too shameful, because everyone knew that Ling Xiao was very weak. But whether he admitted it or not, Ling Xiao was the most dazzling person in the entire arena. Rather than saying that Team Skyscraper was strong, it was more accurate to say that Ling Xiao had changed everything with his own strength. If not for him, the Scarlet Immortal Mountain team would have finished off all their opponents in the first round. If not for him, Lin Yang and Qinghuan Flower would not have advanced at the same time in the second round. Lin Ruoxian happily went to congratulate Ling Xiao, but Sand Eagle said coldly behind her, "Be careful that your joy turns to sorrow. Lin Ruoxian, remember, you will always be my woman. Don't think that you can rest easy just because Ling Xiao defeated Desert Cloud. Desert Cloud is just a dog of the sand race. When we reach the upper Immortal Mountain, I will let him know what hell is." Lin Ruoxian sneered coldly and ignored the idiot. Instead, she walked over, opened her mouth, and left a red mark on Ling Xiao's face. She did it on purpose for Sand Eagle to see. In the past, she did not dare to do this because she was worried that Ling Xiao would not be Sand Eagle's opponent and that Sand Eagle would attack Ling Xiao. But today, she was not afraid, because she saw it. With Ling Xiao's talent, it would not be long before he surpassed Sand Eagle. In front of him, Sand Eagle was nothing. Seeing this scene, Sand Eagle was about to explode in anger. He glared fiercely at Ling Xiao, then turned and left in a hurry. Instead of watching Ling Xiao gloat over there, he might as well let him die a quick death. That would be too unbearable. Ling Xiao felt the warmth on his face and was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that Lin Ruoxian would be so bold as to kiss him in front of so many people. At that moment, he was really embarrassed. Fortunately, No Light in the Night came over and asked about Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and Qinghuan. Then he said, "From today onwards, you 3 are disciples of the Dark Race, and also disciples of the Upper Immortal Mountain. Entering the Upper Immortal Mountain is only the first step. Next, your test has just begun. You will encounter more powerful opponents in the Upper Immortal Mountain. Whether you can survive or not will depend on your ability. I must pour a bucket of cold water on you." In the past, there have been many cases of disciples who had just joined the Upper Immortal Mountain being sent back to the Lower Immortal Mountain after a month. Some of them even died directly in the cruel trials of the 8 Immortals Mountain, never to have the chance to go back. "Grand Elder, please don't scare us. We're just happy." Lin Yang smiled wryly. "I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just telling the truth. All right, the others may leave. You 3 will follow me to the Upper Immortal Mountain. If you want to officially become a member of the Dark Race, you will need to go through a few simple ceremonies. I personally hate this kind of ceremony, but rules are rules." No Light in the Night's attitude was much more amiable than before. Perhaps it was because the 3 geniuses standing in front of him were going to become members of the Dark Race. Chapter 2381. Before returning to the 8 Immortal Mountain, shouldn't the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain fulfill his promise? Ling Xiao didn't forget about his bet with the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain. Back then, the old man had mocked and ridiculed him. He wanted to embarrass the old man. This was what it meant by an eye for an eye. "Ling Xiao, I'm the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain and an Elder of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Can you give me some face? As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. As long as you pretend that the bet didn't happen, I'll definitely repay you in the future." The Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain naturally wouldn't apologize in front of everyone. That would be too embarrassing. "All right, I'll give in and apologize in front of everyone. However, the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain said that you can agree to a request of mine, right?" Ling Xiao didn't have any deep grudges with the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain. After thinking about it, he decided to be a generous person. There was no point in apologizing. Anyway, he wouldn't get any tangible benefits and would even offend such a powerful enemy. There was no need. However, the other request was a tangible benefit. He wouldn't let it go. Moreover, this request wouldn't offend the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain. It would be a waste if he didn't accept it. No problem. As long as it's a reasonable request, just say it. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain was instantly relieved. In fact, he was really regretting it now. Ling Xiao's performance was so shocking that he knew that he was blind. However, he couldn't put down his pride. Once he apologized, it would be difficult for him to continue being the Mountain Master. He was really happy that Ling Xiao didn't let him apologize. Next, as long as Ling Xiao's request wasn't excessive, he would agree. Actually, it's not a difficult request. I've offended many people. If I encounter danger in the future, I hope that Senior can help me. 3 times is enough. The Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain was an elder of the 8 Immortal Mountain. He was strong. At least at this stage, with his protection, there shouldn't be any danger. No problem. For the sake of his face, the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain had to agree to Ling Xiao's request. Moreover, this request wasn't excessive. He only needed to help 3 times. Although he wasn't an expert like No Light in the Night, ordinary people weren't his match. Immortal Mountain Master of Immortal Mountain. Qinghuan Immortal Mountain. If it's not for you, Qinghuan Immortal Flower wouldn't. Qinghuan Immortal Mountain is an Immortal Mountain Flower. Take this soul lock card. It has a strand of my divine sense. If you are in danger, just pour your soul force into it and I will rush over immediately. In the future, even if he went to the upper 8 Immortal Mountain, if anyone dared to bully him, they would have to consider whether they were a match for the Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master. Goodbye. After returning to 8 Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and Qinghuan Immortal Flower all had a day to say goodbye to their former fellow disciples. That night, Black Immortal Mountain had a table full of food and wine. There weren't many people. Only Yi Wuxing, Feng Ru, Ho Renfeng, and Purple Immortal Mountain's Lin Yang were there. Lin Yang was now considered half a member of Black Immortal Mountain. In Purple Immortal Mountain, he wasn't welcomed. Originally, it was an honor for Purple Immortal Mountain that he could ascend to 8 Immortal Mountain, but the Mountain Master of Purple Immortal Mountain had a screw loose and insisted on pursuing the matter of violets. Lin Yang was already unhappy with Purple Immortal Mountain. After the Mountain Master made a fuss, he naturally came to Black Immortal Mountain. After 3 rounds of wine, Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master suddenly rushed to Black Immortal Mountain. Her face was obviously anxious. This made Ling Xiao's heart skip a beat. Something that could make Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master so anxious was probably not a small matter, and it was very likely to be related to the Qinghuan Immortal Flower. If it wasn't related to the Qinghuan Immortal Flower, Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master wouldn't have come to Black Immortal Mountain to look for Ling Xiao. The Qinghuan Immortal Flower isn't here? Seeing that the Qinghuan Immortal Flower was not on the table, Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master became even more anxious. Shouldn't she be at Green Immortal Mountain? We haven't seen each other since we returned to 8 Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao frowned and said, Mountain Master. Just when Ling Xiao was puzzled by the sudden disappearance of the Qinghuan Immortal Flower, a disciple at the foot of the mountain ran up. Judging from his clothes, he was a disciple of Green Immortal Mountain. What's the matter? Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master asked. As soon as the Hill Lord left, someone delivered a note. That disciple hurriedly handed the note in his hand to Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master. After glancing at the note, Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master gave the note to Ling Xiao with a strange expression and said, This note is for you. Ling Xiao took it and read it curiously. A paragraph was clearly written on it. Come to the back of the mountain alone at the 3rd watch tonight. If you don't come, the Qinghuan Immortal Flower will die. Seeing the words on the note, Ling Xiao frowned hard. Anyone who wasn't an idiot could see it. The person who wrote this note kidnapped the Qinghuan Immortal Flower, and the target was Ling Xiao. For a moment, he really didn't know who the opponent was. After all, he had offended many people. The Devil Shadow sect, the three big families, Imofeu, the Sand Clan, the Red Immortal Mountain, the Purple Immortal Mountain, and so on. Humph, who cares who he is? How dare he provoke me and kidnap my friend? He must be tired of living. Ling Xiao snorted in his heart and stood up. Then, he said, everyone, I'm going out for a while. Enjoy your meal. Did something happen to the Qingwan Immortal Flower? Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master asked. Ling Xiao nodded and said, someone kidnapped her and asked me to go alone. If I bring someone else, I'll have to kill the Qingwan Immortal Flower. So, I'm the only one who can go. This is obviously a trap. Yi Knight Formless frowned and said, Ling Xiao, you can't be reckless. I know it's a trap, but so what? Don't tell me you don't care about the Qingwan Immortal Flower. Ling Xiao said calmly, besides, I love to destroy other people's traps. Those who use traps to plot against me often suffer a double loss. Don't be careless. Yi Knight Formless frowned. Of course I won't agree. Master of Green Immortal Mountain, don't use your soul-locking token at the critical moment. Ling Xiao naturally understood that the enemy already knew his strength. It was impossible for them not to send experts to set up a trap. The Master of Green Immortal Mountain was one of the key factors in turning the situation around. It would be a waste not to use it. Don't worry. As long as you use the soul-locking token, I'll immediately rush over. Although I'm not as strong as Yi Knight Formless, I've cultivated a secret technique. The Master of Green Immortal Mountain said, That's good. I'm leaving. It was almost midnight. Ling Xiao rushed out of Black Immortal Mountain and headed to the back of the mountain. The back of the mountain was a forbidden area of 8 Immortal Mountain. Generally, disciples of 8 Immortal Mountain were not allowed to enter. However, Ling Xiao had already ascended to 8 Immortal Mountain and was barely qualified. Chapter 2382. Somewhere in the back of the mountain, stars twinkled in the darkness of the night. A few figures leaned against a tree and whispered to each other. Are we really going to do this, Mountain Lord? Ling Xiao is a member of the Dark Ones. One of them asked worriedly, What are you afraid of? Do you think the Dark Ones will take revenge if we kill him? The Dark Ones wouldn't do anything to us for a mere Ling Xiao. I know no light in the night too well. If Ling Xiao is alive, he might kill us all to protect Ling Xiao. But if Ling Xiao is dead, it'll be pointless. He won't do something so pointless. Starlight flashed across the man's face. He was the Mountain Lord of Amethyst Mountain. He paused and added viciously, You saw what Ling Xiao did today. If we don't kill him now, do you think we'll survive in the future? That kid is too talented. He has too much potential. We have to kill him before he reaches his full potential. He didn't want to admit it, but Ling Xiao's talent was one of the best on Mount 8 Immortals. The Mountain Lord of Amethyst Mountain felt immense pressure. Not only had Ling Xiao killed the violets, but he'd also seduced Lin Yang and taken his disciple away. If he didn't get rid of the kid now, it would be bad for him in the future. After all, he'd supported Scarlet Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord, Qilian. If that's the case, Mountain Lord's concerns aren't unreasonable. If Ling Xiao comes alone, he'll be dead for sure. The man next to him said, Yes, it's true that Ling Xiao is a genius, but he's just a fledgling who hasn't grown up yet. It's easy for me to kill him. Qingwan Flower was tied to a tree not far away. She was covered in explosive talismans. These talismans weren't as terrifying as the heart talismans, but they could easily blow her to smithereens. The Qingwan Flower was conflicted. She was looking forward to Ling Xiao coming to save her, but he was also afraid that Ling Xiao would come to save him. If Ling Xiao hadn't come, she probably wouldn't have survived. After all, she had seen the true face of the Mountain Master of the Purple Immortal Mountain. However, if Ling Xiao were to come, there was no way he would be a match for the Mountain Master of the Purple Immortal Mountain. In the end, he might even die. She didn't want to die, nor did she want Ling Xiao to die. After struggling for a while, he finally made a decision in his heart. He suddenly shouted towards the distance, Ling Xiao, listen to me. It doesn't matter if I die. You only need to promise to help me rescue Ling Yin. Don't come. Even if you do, don't show up. She didn't know if Ling Xiao was nearby, but he still had to try his luck. Shut that woman's mouth. The Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain ordered with a frown. In an instant, the Qingluan's mouth was blocked by the rag. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't. She could only mumble. In the dense forest not far away, Ling Xiao was observing the situation. His Tai Chi eye pierced through the dark night and saw all the people who kidnapped the Qingluan. I didn't expect it to be that old dog, the mountain master of the Purple Immortal Mountain. And those martial artists should be from the Purple Immortal Mountain. They aren't weak. If it were just those martial artists, Ling Xiao wouldn't be afraid. However, other than those people, the mountain master of the Purple Immortal Mountain was also here. This guy was the most troublesome. With Ling Xiao's current strength, it was impossible for him to defeat this person. Looks like I can finally use the real trump card that I've been suppressing for a long time. Although the butterfly lady hadn't grown up, she was still as beautiful and exquisite as before. However, her strength was incomparably strong. It was very easy to kill the mountain master of the Purple Immortal Mountain. However, if the butterfly lady wanted to attack, she would have to exhaust Ling Xiao's strength. Hence, she had to control her strength. Otherwise, she would suck Ling Xiao dry. The mountain master of the Purple Immortal Mountain was at the peak of the 3rd level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. This strength was very strong. He was much stronger than Ling Xiao. As a reincarnation realm martial artist, Ling Xiao wouldn't be a match for this person even if he relied on his own strength and the Tyrant martial soul. However, things would be different if it was the butterfly lady. Ling Xiao, you now have the inheritance of the 12 beast gods and can undergo the transformation of the beast god martial soul. The butterfly lady might be able to occupy a sun god position. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. No matter how you look at it, the butterfly lady doesn't seem like a rat, right? Ling Xiao frowned and asked in confusion. Don't forget that the sun god is the beast god king of the Black Tortoise continent. Any living being can occupy his spirit seat. Although there can only be one type at a time, there is no limit to the type. The butterfly lady has been with you for a long time and is already mentally connected with you. Furthermore, she is different from the sun god martial soul. She can control the release of power and be able to display powerful combat strength at any time. She can be of great use at critical moments. This will save a lot of effort compared to letting the butterfly lady take action herself. At the very least, she won't have to sleep for a long time. Although you might consume more energy, it will save a lot of effort compared to the sun god martial soul. The Yuan Venerate explained. I believe in you, master. Ling Xiao was really glad that he always had the help of the Yuan Venerate and the butterfly lady by his side. Although the butterfly lady couldn't speak, she had saved him many times. Not only had the Yuan Venerate taught him alchemy and array formation techniques, but he had also helped him in many battles. In his opinion, these two existences weren't inferior to the tyrannical sky martial soul. The tyrannical sky martial soul gave him the ability to accommodate everything. This was how he had been able to obtain the inheritance of the 12 beast gods. Otherwise, his body wouldn't have been able to accommodate so many martial souls. If I really can't beat that fellow later, I will get the butterfly lady to help. Although the opponent was very strong, Ling Xiao still wanted to rely on his own strength to fight. The battle with the desert cloud had already stimulated part of his potential, and he wasn't far from breaking through. Now, he believed that as long as he didn't die and fought the Purple Immortal Mountain's mountain master, he might be able to break through. It was this method of risking one's life that allowed him to break through faster and improve faster than others. Of course, he wouldn't give up. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream was heard in the dark night. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't give the Purple Immortal Mountain's mountain master any notice. He had to save the Qingluan flower first. Otherwise, even if he had the ability to kill the Purple Immortal Mountain's mountain master, he would still be threatened. The person being killed was naturally a martialist from the Purple Immortal Mountain. Furthermore, he was the one in charge of the Qingluan flower. Rumble. Then, a series of crazy explosions were heard. That was the sound of the detonation talisman. The Purple Immortal Mountain's mountain master frowned when he looked up at the tree. On the tree, Ling Xiao was standing in the air. He had already transformed into his steel-armored ox demon martial soul. Thanks to his strong defense, the detonation talisman had only blackened his protective layer. Not only had it not hurt him, but it hadn't hurt the Qingluan flower either. He had successfully relied on his strong defense to save the Qingwan flower. Chapter 2383. Why? The Qingwan flower was overjoyed when she saw Ling Xiao, but she was also a little angry. I told you not to show up. You're not a match for the mountain master of Purple Fairy. She was very grateful to Ling Xiao, but she did not want to cause Ling Xiao's death because of her. Because you're my good brother's woman. Since I've become someone's big brother, I can't not even protect my good brother's woman. Ling Xiao grinned and said, moreover, I have some secrets that you don't know. You said that I'm not as good as him, but that's only on the surface. Today, I'll show you my true trump card. After he finished speaking, he put the Qingwan flower into the beast ring. I'm sorry, Miss Qing. Bear with it for a while. I'll let you out after I deal with these bastards. You came after all. Should I say that you're brave or stupid? The mountain master of Purple Fairy looked at Ling Xiao with a cold and mocking expression. In his opinion, Ling Xiao's character was worthy of praise, but he was a little too stupid. Was it worth it for a woman he had just met? What about you? As an elder of 8 Immortal Mountain and the mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain, you kidnapped a disciple who had just been promoted to 8 Immortal Mountain. Are you stupid or stupid? Ling Xiao mocked. You're willing to do such a thing against the sect rules just to kill me. If you're exposed, your life will be ruined, won't it? If I kill the two of you, who will know what happened here? The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain sneered. Kill me? Why do you shameless people want to kill me? But you can't kill me. It seems like you're planning to accompany Akira and Desert Cloud in hell. Ling Xiao's expression was still calm. He had different methods to deal with different people. When dealing with people of the same age who were not much stronger than him, he would use his own strength to fight them. But if the enemy was too strong, he had his own trump card. Some people said that Ling Xiao was arrogant, reckless, and overconfident. In fact, they had wronged him. Ling Xiao was not someone who was not afraid of death. On the contrary, he was very careful. He was so careful that he would always keep a few tricks up his sleeve. Not just one, but several. He was so careful that his enemies would never know if he had another trick up his sleeve. He was so careful that every time he revealed his true trump card, his enemies would be dumbfounded and turn pale with fright. This was where he was strong. Everyone was afraid of death, and he was no exception. It was just that he was often more prepared than others. But I'm not Akira or Desert Cloud. But I'm not. Me. You. Is. You. It. I think it'll be a good feeling. Ha ha ha. But after you enjoy your brother's woman, I wonder if he'll still call you his brother. The mountain master of Purple Fairy laughed sinisterly. You're shameless. In the beast ring, Qing Luanhua's face turned pale. Ling Yin and Ling Xiao. One was the man she loved, while the other was the man she respected. She would rather die than let them become enemies because of her. Unfortunately, the mountain master of Purple Fairy could not hear her. In contrast to Qingluan's anger, Ling Xiao's expression turned cold. Do you know? Every word you say could cost you your life. Originally, I just wanted to end you quickly, but now, I suddenly want to learn how those yamen interrogate criminals. Don't worry. I'll make you suffer. Old man, everyone has to be responsible for their actions. You're no exception. Ling Xiao's voice was as cold as the evil wind from hell. Compared to Desert Cloud and Akira, he wanted to torture the mountain master of Purple Fairy more. He had a death feud with those two, so he could just kill them. But this old dog was so filthy that it made him feel disgusted. Just killing him was not enough to appease the hatred in his heart. You want me to be responsible? You'd better protect yourself first. Let's attack together. The mountain master of Purple Fairy waved his hand. Dozens of Purple Fairy Mountain disciples who were lying in ambush nearby rushed out at the same time and charged toward Ling Xiao. The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain did not make a move himself. In his opinion, the 43 most outstanding disciples of Purple Fairy Mountain and Scarlet Fairy Mountain that he brought were not as good as Desert Cloud and Akira, but they were not weak either. Moreover, there were so many of them. 10 of them were from the previous assessment. These 10 people were defeated by Ling Xiao and had no choice but to give up the assessment. They hated Ling Xiao to the core. Today, they had such an opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Naturally, they did not want to miss it. Kill him. There's no need to capture him alive. I have a resurrection secret technique that can keep him alive for a few minutes. Hee. As long as we can complete that task, it'll be enough. The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain was still very cautious. If he wanted to capture Ling Xiao alive, he was afraid that his subordinates would not be able to use their full strength. Therefore, he directly gave the order to kill Ling Xiao. In this way, those people would not have to be afraid to make a move. 43 people attacked at the same time. Each of them could be called a genius of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Every single one of them was a source of pride in the eyes of others. On the surface, each of them seemed to be a threat to Ling Xiao. 43 people added together was even more terrifying. However, Ling Xiao stood there without any intention of retreating. The steel-armored bull demon on his body transformed into the Tyrant blood demon dragon martial soul. At the same time, the advanced lava battle body was fully released. Facing these powerful 43 people, Ling Xiao did not intend to show mercy. He planned to use his most powerful group secret technique to repel these people. At this moment, his aura was even more powerful than the desert cloud during the day. Terrifying magma flowed around his body and then merged into the secret technique sword. The powerful heat caused the surrounding trees to wither instantly. The pitch-black night suddenly brightened up. Kill him. Don't give him a chance to make a move. The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain roared. With his good eyesight, he could naturally see that Ling Xiao's move was extraordinary. He was worried that his subordinates would be in trouble, so he hurriedly reminded them. Unfortunately, his reminder was too late. Advanced Jade Grade Secret Technique, Lava Storm, Lesser Mastery. The raging magma spewed out like a volcanic eruption. With Ling Xiao as the center, the magma exploded. No one who got close to him was spared. They were all swallowed by the terrifying magma. Those who were closest to the front were instantly burned to ashes. Those who were further back still had time to scream, but they could do nothing about their current situation. Fear spread among everyone. Chapter 2384. Why did you send them to their deaths? Why don't you do it yourself? After the attack, the entire place was filled with a burnt smell. 43 martial artists were all killed. It happened in a split second. The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain couldn't rescue them even if he wanted to. Good lad. Although you've ascended to the 8 Immortal Mountain, you can't be forgiven for killing so many disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Today, I'll kill you, you traitor. The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain was furious. The 43 people he brought with him were the elites of the Purple Deity Mountain and the Scarlet Deity Mountain. Now that they had all died here, even if he returned, he would not be able to give an explanation to Qi Lian, let alone to the Sand Race. East Rising Purple Qi Sword, Sword to the West. The Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord used a powerful high-tier Jade-grade martial skill right from the start. After all, he was an elder of the 8 Immortal Mountain. With his strength, he was qualified to use such a high-tier Jade martial skill. East Rising Purple Qi Sword, Sword to the West. The powerful sword Qi seemed to come from the east. It tore through the void and charged toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt a terrifying pressure. He had no choice but to use all his strength. He released the Advanced Level Lava Battle Body and Advanced Level Lightning Battle Body at the same time. Then, he activated the Berserk Thunder Art and blasted it out, using offense as defense. This was Ling Xiao's strategy. He had no choice but to do so. If he chose to retreat, he would definitely die. The fierce sword Qi tore his Berserk Thunder Art apart and crashed into his body. His Lava Battle Body armor shattered. The armor of the Thunder Battle Body shattered. His Mystic World body was also pierced by the sword Qi. The sword pierced through Ling Xiao's body. This was the most serious injury Ling Xiao had suffered since he reincarnated. However, he didn't die because his attack and defense had blocked most of the power of the Mountain Master of Purple Fairy Mountain. His injuries weren't too serious. He swallowed a healing pill. Then, he released his life martial soul and his injuries began to heal quickly. Qingwan Hua, who was in the beast ring, was anxious and panicked when she saw this scene. What she was worried about the most was about to happen. Although Ling Xiao had displayed his might and killed the 43 martial artists, he stood no chance against the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain. Once Ling Xiao was dead, the most terrifying thing would happen. She couldn't imagine what would happen. Ling Xiao, let me out. I'll hold him off. Run. Qing Wan Hua anxiously. However, Ling Xiao didn't respond. Of course, Purple Qing Wan. The Mount Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord was so powerful. Once Ling Xiao released the blue wand flower, not only would it not be of any help to the battle, it would even become a burden. Die, little thief. Don't worry, I will use that magical soul return technique to revive you. Then, I will let you enjoy the taste of a woman before you die. The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain was relieved when he saw that Ling Xiao couldn't fight back at all. This was because he had been worried that Ling Xiao would have some trump card that would catch him off guard. But now, it seemed that Ling Xiao didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been stabbed. You want to kill me? You old dog, it's too early for you to be happy. Ling Xiao sneered. The charred corpses on the ground suddenly stood up and pounced on the mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain. Due to the fact that the sudden attack was so close, the Purple Immortal Mountain's mountain master was truly shocked. The most terrifying thing was that Ling Xiao's attack arrived at the same time as the corpses attacked. It was the thunderstorm technique again. But this time, the attack came out of nowhere. The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain's sword Qi tore the demonic corpses into pieces. He was about to retreat when the violent lightning struck him, although he could still resist it. However, this berserk thunder art was truly incomparably powerful. Many parts of his skin were charred black by the electricity. The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain was furious. He couldn't believe that he would be injured when facing Ling Xiao. This was something that he didn't expect to happen. You brat, what kind of evil secret skill did you cultivate? What's with those corpses? The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain was powerful. Although he was attacked by the thunderstorm technique, he quickly calmed down. Although he was furious, he was also shocked. Ling Xiao was able to hurt him despite the huge difference in their cultivation levels. This was something that he didn't expect. You don't have to know what I've cultivated, because tonight you'll die. Behind Ling Xiao, the vast universe appeared again. The martial soul of Tyrant Heaven was released. In the beast ring, the vision of the Qingwan flower was blinded by a force. Ling Xiao didn't want the Qingwan flower to know about his martial soul, because releasing the martial soul of Tyrant Heaven meant that he had to kill his opponent. Otherwise, if news of this spread, even the people from the Eternal Palace would come after him. The inheritance of the 12 divine beasts was the most powerful inheritance in the Black Tortoise continent. The martial soul of Tyrant Heaven was the most powerful inheritance in the entire mystic world. Its rarity and preciousness were enough to make anyone go crazy, including the sovereigns and the kings of sovereigns. What's this? The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain was shocked when he saw Ling Xiao's aura skyrocketing. Then, he looked at the strange giant shadow. For a moment, he was stunned. Are you the only one with a martial soul? I, Ling Xiao, have one too. Since you've set a trap for me here, if I don't kill you, wouldn't I be letting you down? Ling Xiao smiled coldly as the power of his martial soul continued to rise. The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain couldn't wait any longer. Although he didn't know what that strange martial soul was, it made him feel anxious. However, he still felt a little flustered, so he judged that it was definitely not an ordinary thing. The sword in his hand pierced forward again. It was still the same high-tier Jade Greatsword skill from before. It was the same move. However, this time, Ling Xiao didn't panic. He held the secret sword in his hand and looked at his opponent coldly. The power of thunder and lightning in his body merged with the power of thunder and lightning in the universe. I'll let you have a taste of power. Tyrant Heaven, Raging Thunder Technique. In the pitch-black universe, a ball of lightning fell from the sky and blasted toward the mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain. The powerful attack tore the mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain's sword Qi apart. Then, it blasted onto the mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain. The mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain was sent flying once again. His skin, which had been gradually recovering, was once again scorched black by the boiling lightning. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. Black blood. That was because his blood vessels had been burned. If he was an ordinary person, he would have died without a doubt. The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain was strong enough to survive. However, he was severely injured. Why does your martial soul have the suppression of mountains and rivers and the aura of a human king? The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain asked in horror. You're probably hallucinating, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Chapter 2385. No, that's impossible. You must have some secrets. Who are you? Why did you sneak into 8 Immortal Mountain? What are your intentions? The Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord didn't believe that such a strong martial artist would stay at 8 Immortal Mountain. He was certain that Ling Xiao had ulterior motives. You really know how to label people, but it doesn't matter. What's the point of saying such things to a dying man? Ling Xiao looked at the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord with disdain. Do you think you can kill me like this? Facing Ling Xiao's Sky Tyrant martial spirit, the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord experienced a moment of panic. But he was still a wily old fox and a martial artist who had entered the reincarnation realm. He calmed down quickly. Ling Xiao had become much stronger after releasing the Sky Tyrant martial spirit and could even threaten him. But he was still no match for him. Why should he be afraid? I didn't expect you to have such a huge secret. Very good, very good. I'm even a little reluctant to kill you. This time, I'll capture you alive and take you back for research. I'd like to see what's hidden in your body. Capture me alive? Hee, then let's do it. Ling Xiao felt very carefree. After releasing the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he could release his strength to his heart's content. The bottleneck in his cultivation was also showing signs of loosening. He could feel that as long as he persevered for a while, he could break through. Once he broke through, he would immediately use the Butterfly Lady's power to kill the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord. After all, this was the back mountain of 8 Immortal Mountain, a forbidden area. If he was discovered and killed here, it would be hard to explain himself. Before we do, I want to ask you a question. The Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord didn't act immediately because he was very curious. Even if he couldn't get an answer, he had to ask his question. Without waiting for Ling Xiao to speak, he asked, You're the legendary top genius of the White Tiger continent, right? The genius Ling Xiao who crushed Tianhai tyranny and Feng Fei beneath his feet. Hee, Purple Immortal Mountain Lord. You're thinking too much. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The reason why he refused to admit it was because he was afraid that the walls had ears. It would be very troublesome if someone was eavesdropping nearby. After all, he could still explain the matter of the martial spirit. After all, no one had really seen the appearance of the mountain and river martial spirit when it was released. Those who had seen it were probably already dead. His tyrant martial spirit had evolved from the mountain and river martial spirit. The changes were even greater, so no one could recognize it. It was just a fleeting glance, so it was impossible to recognize it. Not telling the truth? It doesn't matter. Once I capture you alive, I'll naturally make you tell me the truth. The mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain laughed coldly. With a flick of the long sword in his hand, he attacked once more. As a martial artist with his strength, he was already very familiar with the use of high-tier Jade-grade martial skills. Furthermore, the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord was very smart. He learned this high-grade Jade-grade martial skill. That was why he was able to cultivate it to great success. Ordinary martial techniques could only be used once in a short period of time, and the power was not great. He could use it 2 to 3 times after reaching small success, and its power would increase. Due to his proficiency in controlling flames, he would be able to execute it around 10 times, and its prowess would increase significantly. Once he reached large success, he would be able to use it freely until his internal energy was completely depleted. Furthermore, the higher the level of mastery, the less internal energy would be consumed, but the more powerful it would be. Ling Xiao's Violent Thunder Art and Lava Storm secret techniques were only at small success. He could only use them 3 times in a short period of time. After that, he would have to recuperate. However, the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain could freely use his high-grade jade-grade martial skills without any worries. This was why the Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain was so confident. The majestic sword aura attacked once again. Ling Xiao did not use the violent thunder art again. Instead, he took out his heavy sword and used falling sword. He combined the power of the advanced thunder battle constitution and the advanced lava battle constitution. The special effect of falling sword caused the Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain sword aura to deviate slightly. However, this time, Ling Xiao was pushed back dozens of steps. Although he was not injured, it was uncomfortable. As expected, he was still no match for the Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain if he only relied on his Tyrant martial spirit. Ha ha ha, kid. It seems like this is the end for you. The Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain was getting more and more excited. However, Ling Xiao did not change his expression and continued to use the meteor sword art to fight back. Although he was at a disadvantage every time they clashed. However, he could clearly feel that there was a force in his body that was constantly attacking the shackles of his cultivation. Although he looked like he was struggling and in a sorry state, he was actually very happy. Both of them had terrifying sword auras. In fact, Ling Xiao's sword intent was even stronger. However, the huge gap in their cultivation was not something that could be made up for. The nearby trees fell to the ground one after another. The nearby mountain rocks shattered one after another. The sword auras caused the nearby animals and demonic beasts to flee one after another, not daring to get close to the battlefield. Ling Xiao, borrow the power of the butterfly lady. It's too dangerous to continue like this. The Yuan Venerate was really worried for Ling Xiao. Especially in the previous attack, the Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain sword aura had brushed past Ling Xiao's neck and left a dark red wound. Just a little bit more and Ling Xiao's neck would have been pierced through. Don't worry. Ling Xiao could not give up halfway. He had worked hard to face the Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain with his own strength today because he wanted to borrow the Mountain Master's strength to help him break through. Now that he was about to succeed, how could he give up halfway? Absolutely not. I'll send you to the Western Paradise with this sword. The Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain finally changed his move, probably because he was getting impatient. This was the same set of sword techniques, Eastern Purple Chi Sword. However, it was a different move. It was even stronger. First sword annihilation. The sword struck. The void suddenly distorted and shattered like glass. The sword light reached Ling Xiao's throat in an instant. Ling Xiao did not have any chance to dodge. The only thing he could do was block it. At this critical moment, Ling Xiao let out a beast-like roar. It felt as if something in his body had suddenly been penetrated. The yin-yang yuan energy in his body broke through the restraints and became 10 times stronger in an instant. Lava thunder sky collapsing sword. Ling Xiao roared as he brandished the heavy sword with both hands. The heavy sword was entwined with the astonishing power of lava and lightning as it pierced towards the Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain. It was as if the heavens were collapsing. The sky split open, and scalding magma and lightning poured down. Ling Xiao, who was supposed to die, did not die. He appeared more than 10 meters away unscathed. Although he had been repelled once again, his face was brimming with excitement. He had broken through. He had finally broken through. He had broken through just as his life had been in danger. What a lunatic! The Yuan Venerate could not help but curse Ling Xiao. In any case, he could not do such a cultivation method. However, his disciple often did such things. Chapter 2386. Oh my God, you scared me to death. Master, why don't I help you? Xindian was also shocked by the scene just now. She was prepared to block the sword with all her strength. Anyway, if she blocked it, at most her soul would be weakened. As long as Ling Xiao could refine soul pills for her, or find soul gems or other soul magic treasures, she could still recover her soul power. But now, it seemed that she didn't need to do anything. Ling Xiao solved this problem by himself. He didn't die. The Mountain Master of Purple Fairy Mountain was also pushed back more than 10 meters by the sudden increase in power. Of course, he couldn't use all his strength to deal with a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain. This was a matter of pride. It was also a matter of reality. He knew that the Qinghuan flower was still nearby. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao with all his strength, he would definitely be weakened for a long time. If the Qinghuan flower attacked, he would be in trouble. He originally thought that if he used 70% of his strength, he would be able to kill Ling Xiao. In fact, he was right. The only pity was that Ling Xiao broke through at that critical moment. He broke through from the late stage of the first transformation, second level of hell to the peak of the first transformation, second level of hell. The breakthrough of a level brought a tenfold increase in power. This tenfold increase in power was definitely not something that the Mountain Master of Purple Fairy Mountain could deal with 70% of his strength. He retreated almost as far as Ling Xiao, but he was obviously more embarrassed. His originally neat bun was completely messed up, making him look like a madman with disheveled hair, swaying in the wind. Old dog, I have to thank you. You actually allowed me to break through under such difficult circumstances. Facing the Mountain Master of Purple Fairy Mountain, Ling Xiao became even more domineering. Why? Why is the heavens so unfair? Why did an insignificant lowly person like you have such a powerful aptitude? Why? Blood flowed from the Mountain Master of Purple Fairy Mountain's forehead. He was filled with anger and unwillingness. He was depressed. He originally wanted to set a trap to kill Ling Xiao, but in the end, not only did he fail to kill Ling Xiao, but he also allowed Ling Xiao to break through. This really made him depressed to the extreme. Aptitude? Before I became a talent, everyone said that I was trash. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Old dog, I know that today's matter is definitely not your idea alone. Tell me, did the Sandrace ask you to do this? Tell me and I can spare your life. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to live. Ha 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 ha. So what if you broke through? Even if you have broken through, you are only at the peak of the second level of the Yin-Yang realm. Do you really think you can defeat me? The Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain laughed out loud. Little thief, I didn't use my full strength just now, which gave you a chance to break through. Next, I won't be merciful. Increasing my power from 70% to 90%, I don't believe that I can't kill you. I don't care if you're a genius or a piece of trash, you must die today. You said that again, but I'm still standing here alive. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. That move just now should be your strongest martial skill, right? Now that Ling Xiao had broken through, he did not intend to waste any more time with the other party. Although he was speaking, he was actually secretly using the Butterfly Girl's power. Because it was his first time using the Butterfly Girl to transform, he was naturally unfamiliar with it and needed some time to prepare. However, the Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain clearly did not know this. If he knew, he would not be wasting his breath with Ling Xiao here. You'll know soon enough. The Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain held his sword and maintained a fixed posture. The Eastern Purple Chi Sword has a special characteristic. Only when its power is used more than 90% will it be able to erupt with its true power. What you saw before was only an incomplete form. There's nothing amazing about it. Next, you'll know what a nightmare is. I originally thought that I wouldn't need this to kill you, but now it seems that you're really much stronger than I imagined. I have no choice but to use it. Ling Xiao frowned but did not retreat. He was also seizing the time to accumulate power. The Butterfly Girl's soul was temporarily embedded in the beast god position of the sun god. Suddenly, a pair of colorful wings stretched out from his back. They looked somewhat transparent and very beautiful. They were butterfly wings that had become bigger. These wings seemed to be condensed from some kind of special power. It could clearly make people feel that they were incomparably powerful. There were no special changes in other parts of his body. It seemed that the Butterfly Girl's martial soul transformation had poured more power into the pair of wings. The Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain also noticed the special changes in Ling Xiao's body. However, he did not care. Martial soul transformation again? Kid, no matter what tricks you have today, you can use them all. But I can tell you that it's useless. Today, you're dead meat. You have no chance of turning the tables. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Oh, right, I almost forgot. I'll definitely use the soul return technique to temporarily revive you. I'll definitely arrange for you and your brother's woman to have a good show of firewood and raging fire. After saying that, the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain finally stabbed out with his sword. It was still the same sword. Eastern Purple Chi, Sword of Destruction. However, the feeling was completely different. It seemed that the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain was not lying. The difference between a sword of destruction with 90% of his power and a sword of destruction with 70% of his power was too great. The ferocity of the power had reached its peak. It was as if the entire space was completely enveloped by the explosive sword aura. Ling Xiao, run, run. The Qingwan flower in the beast ring also felt the terrifying power. It was too obvious. Even though Ling Xiao had shielded the beast ring, she still felt it. It was enough to show how terrifying this sword move was. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, I originally wanted to capture you alive. Unfortunately, you're too strange. To be safe, I can only kill you. At this moment, the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain's hatred for Ling Xiao surfaced in his mind. Those scenes spun in his mind like a merry-go-round. His expression was ferocious and terrifying. His laughter resounded throughout the back mountain. You killed the genius Luo Yunsheng of the Purple Fairy Mountain on the first level of the ghost prison. Do you really think I don't know? And today, you killed another of our genius violets. What right do you have to step into the upper 8 Immortal Mountain? What right do you have to embarrass me? You deserve to die today. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Don't blame me. You can only blame yourself for being too arrogant. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain, who had gone crazy. A cold smile appeared on his face. At this moment, a figure rushed over anxiously in the dark night. The moment he arrived, he saw Ling Xiao being surrounded by endless sword aura. Then, he was drowned in the terrifying sword aura. No. Chapter 2387. The white figure let out a hysterical scream. She was Lin Ruoxian. She had originally gone to Black Immortal Mountain to congratulate Ling Xiao and give the Lin family's gift to Ling Xiao. However, she had learned about Ling Xiao's situation from Feng Ru. Hence, she had rushed over regardless of the danger. She was a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain and had no problem entering the back mountain. The mountain masters of Black Immortal Mountain and Green Immortal Mountain did not come. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or a scheme, but the two of them had received an emergency summons from the sect. They were required to attend an internal meeting between the elders. Lin Yang, Feng Ru, and Chai Renfeng were not strong enough. Only she, Lin Ruoxian, could save Ling Xiao. But as soon as she arrived, she saw the tragic scene of Ling Xiao being killed. Her heart felt like it was about to shatter, torn apart by something. Ling Xiao could not have survived being enveloped by such a terrifying sword qi. More importantly, the one who had unleashed this sword was none other than the powerful mountain master of Purple Immortal Mountain. I'm going to kill you. Lin Ruoxian's eyes were red and something in her body seemed to have been activated. A strange figure appeared behind her. It was a strange woman with snake hair. It was the martial soul of the Snake Clan's clan leader. Among the 8 clans, the martial souls of the Snake Clan were more special. There were many types, and although they were all snakes, they were all different. Only the martial soul of the clan leader was a terrifying monster with snake hair on its head and a snake tail on its lower body. Lin Ruoxian had actually awakened such a martial soul. This had only happened in the past. In the past, her martial soul had only been a white snake. And because it was a little scary, she had never used it. However, the terrifying figure that had appeared behind her today made her look extremely sinister and terrifying. Her heart was in pain. Now that Ling Xiao was dead, she felt as if her world had lost its luster. She could not spare the person who had killed Ling Xiao. Whoever killed Ling Xiao, she would let that person die. Seeing Lin Ruoxian's grief-stricken expression, the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain was incomparably delighted. However, Lin Ruoxian's strength gave him a headache. Lin Ruoxian, I am an elder of the 8 Immortals Mountain. If you dare to attack me, your entire Lin clan will be finished. Although he was an elder, Lin Ruoxian was also a deacon. In terms of strength, Lin Ruoxian was even stronger than him. This was the strength of a genius. Lin Ruoxian stared coldly at the mountain lord of the Purple Fairy Mountain. At this moment, she only wanted to kill the mountain lord of the Purple Fairy Mountain, to avenge Ling Xiao. Nothing else mattered. As for the consequences, she didn't care. However, just as she was about to unleash the snake woman martial soul hidden within her body, she discovered that a pitch-black, heavy sword had stabbed out from behind the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain. The sword pierced through the heart of the mountain master of the Purple Immortal Mountain, exploding with astonishing power of thunder and lava. By the time the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain wanted to dodge, it was already too late. His body struggled a few times in fear. Relying on his powerful cultivation base, he was able to maintain a little bit of consciousness. He turned his head to look behind him. It was a stunningly beautiful man with a pair of exquisite butterfly wings on his back. They were extremely dazzling in the dark night. Ling Xiao. Impossible. Those were the only words the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain said before he died. Although that man's appearance had changed a little, he had become stunningly beautiful. However, he still had 70% of Ling Xiao's features. There was no way he was mistaken. At this moment, Lin Ruoxian was mesmerized. She had never seen such a stunningly beautiful man. He was even more alluring than the most beautiful woman. His long black hair fluttered behind him, especially the pair of butterfly wings on his back. They were filled with dreamy colors. How could Ling Xiao be so beautiful? Lin Ruoxian was a little confused. It was not that she had never seen beautiful women, but she had never seen a man 10 times more beautiful than the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. Normally, she was considered one of the most beautiful women in the 8 Immortals County. However, compared to Ling Xiao in front of her, she paled in comparison. I didn't expect someone to see me. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. He then removed his butterfly transformation. Although his face was stunningly beautiful after the transformation, he still liked his rough and manly face. Ling Xiao, you're not dead. Lin Ruoxian wiped her tears. She was both excited and agitated. The snake girl martial soul behind her was gradually disappearing. Of course I'm not dead. Ling Xiao smiled and said, he can't kill me. Did you see my appearance just now? Yes. Lin Ruoxian nodded. The girl's eyes were still a little red. It was obvious that she had been crying. Can you keep this a secret for me? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. Lin Ruoxian couldn't help but feel sweet. Thinking that this secret was only known to her and Ling Xiao, she felt that she might be a special person by Ling Xiao's side. That kind of feeling was really quite enjoyable. Thank you. Ling Xiao didn't dare to look at Lin Ruoxian's loving eyes. No matter how slow he was, he knew that Lin Ruoxian had feelings for him. Unfortunately, he had only loved one woman in his life. That woman had to reincarnate because of him. Perhaps she was still suffering somewhere else. He couldn't be intimate with another woman here. He remembered Lin Ruoxian's feelings for him. If he could help this woman in the future, he would do his best to help. He didn't like to owe people favors, especially to women. Lin Ruoxian didn't find it strange. She had long been used to Ling Xiao's behavior. She liked Ling Xiao. It was her own idea. Although she also hoped that Ling Xiao liked her, it couldn't be forced. In order to break the awkward atmosphere, Ling Xiao took out Qinghuan flower and put the Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master's storage ring into his pocket. This old thing was an elder of the 8 Immortal Mountain. The things in the storage ring should be more than the violets. He also confiscated the storage rings of the other 43 warriors. A dozen of them had storage rings. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. You really killed the Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master? Qinghuan Flower was still in shock. She was in the storage ring and didn't know the whole process. But she knew very well that Ling Xiao didn't kill the Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master with the help of others. This was simply like a dream. It was too shocking. Kill him. Ling Xiao said calmly, he set a trap to kill me. If I didn't kill him, he would kill me. Moreover, I don't know what mercy is. At this time, the Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master and the 43 warriors had been completely melted by the lava and turned into a pile of ashes. Looking at Ling Xiao's clean and efficient method, Lin Ruoxian couldn't help but feel emotional. Back then, she met Ling Xiao on the way to the 8 Immortals County. At that time, Ling Xiao only showed a little talent. Compared to her, the gap was huge. Her status was far from Ling Xiao's. At that time, she didn't pay much attention to Ling Xiao. Chapter 2388. In Lin Ruoxian's eyes, the young man's every step was dazzling, rising at the speed of a shooting star. Today, he had actually killed the Mount Purple Immortal's Mountain Lord. Although his strength might not surpass hers, it was already very close to hers. Perhaps this is a true genius. He's not someone ordinary people like us can compare to. Lin Ruoxian had seen many geniuses, but none of them could be compared to Ling Xiao. Even Ling Yan, who had made the 8 Immortal Mountains stand proudly among the Qin nation's experts in the past, did not have such terrifying potential as Ling Xiao. Could he be a divine-grade genius? Lin Ruoxian had always had this question, but now, she felt that this question was about to become true. Qingwan Hua's feeling was very similar to Lin Ruoxian's. However, she had only known Ling Xiao recently and had only heard about him from others. She always felt that this kid was overestimating himself and daring to challenge the sand race's dignity. At that time, she felt that Ling Xiao was about to die. However, the first thing that surprised her was that Ling Xiao had destroyed the sand race in the arena of life and death. Since then, she had developed a strong curiosity about this young man whom she had never met before. However, at the beginning of the assessment, she was a little disappointed. Ling Xiao's cultivation seemed so weak. However, now, the Mount Purple Immortal's Mountain Lord had died at Ling Xiao's hands. Was this really not a dream? It's not good to stay here for long. Ladies, please return quickly. Ling Xiao felt uneasy. What had happened tonight clearly showed that someone was plotting against him. Killing the Mount Purple Immortal's Mountain Lord would cause the mastermind to be shocked and confused. However, since the mastermind wanted to deal with him, they would definitely have other plans. It was better to return to the Black Immortal Mountain as soon as possible. Otherwise, there would be more trouble. Lin Ruoxian and Qingwan Hua naturally didn't have any objections. Ling Xiao had killed the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord and many disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain in order to save Qingwan Hua. But this matter could be big or small. He was afraid that someone would use this matter to frame Ling Xiao. That would be troublesome. The three of them reached a consensus and left the back of the mountain immediately. Nothing happened all the way to the foot of the Black Immortal Mountain. However, just as the three of them were about to separate and return to their own residences, countless torches suddenly lit up in the dark night, illuminating the three of them very clearly. The night had turned into day. Ling Xiao noticed that Qilian, Shadiao, and Shalin were all there. Many of them were the Immortal Bell Guards of the 8 Immortals Mountain. The Immortal Bell Guard was a very special unit of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Its members were all disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Their responsibility was to carry out the rules of the sect, which were directly under the jurisdiction of the inner hall of the Hall of Rewards, Kindness, and Punishments. Among the Immortal Bell Guards, even the weakest one was at the peak of the 3rd level of Hell. Compared to Desert Cloud, they were not inferior at all. Ling Xiao also noticed a stranger. Judging from his dressing, he should be the commander of the Immortal Bell Guards. His position was probably the deacon of the Hall of Rewards, Kindness, and Punishments. He was very strong. He also saw Chu Rainfeng, Feng Ru, and Lin Yang. However, these three people were now pressed to the ground and kneeling, with a knife already placed on their necks. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt that trouble was coming. It seemed that what happened at the back of the mountain tonight had already been known. There were no secrets in the 8 Immortals Mountain. However, before he could speak, he saw the astonishment in Qilian, Shadiao, and Sha Lin's eyes. They seemed to be very surprised that the three of them had returned in the dark night. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the reason behind this, and also the other party's scheme. He was afraid that the other party had planned to lure him to the back of the mountain, then kill the Qingwan flower and frame him for it. Because the master of the Purple Immortal Mountain was there, the mastermind thought that everything would go according to plan perfectly. However, now, Ling Xiao had returned, but so had the Qingwan flower. Instead, the master of the Purple Immortal Mountain had not returned. It was no wonder that these guys were so astonished. Although this was only Ling Xiao's speculation, with his powerful analytical skills, there was a 99% chance that this speculation was the truth. Why are you guys together? Crimson Viper couldn't help but ask in surprise. In her opinion, although the master of the Purple Immortal Mountain was not as powerful as her, killing a Qinghuan flower and capturing Ling Xiao alive would be a piece of cake. However, the situation now was completely different from what she had imagined. Could it be that the Lin Ruoxian had helped them? No, it was already very late when the Lin Ruoxian went to the back of the mountain. The master of the Purple Immortal Mountain should have succeeded before she went. What was going on? Qi Lian's mind was in a mess. Sha Lin and Sha Diao were also confused. Ling Xiao frowned. He knew that tonight was probably going to be a disaster. Although their plan had failed, with their treacherous and vicious hearts, they would probably come up with an even more vicious plan in an instant. What? Is the Sandrace planning to rebel? You led the Immortal Bell Guards to the Black Immortal Mountain in the middle of the night and captured the disciples of the Black Immortal Mountain. Do you really think that there's no one left in the Black Immortal Mountain? Ling Xiao was still calm and composed. The Black Immortal Mountain was his territory. He had stayed here for the longest time and had set up countless traps and arrays. This was to prevent someone from trying to kill him by force one day. He naturally did not want to use these preparations, but it seemed that they had to be used today. Shut up. Do you think you can slander the Sandrace as you wish? Sha Diao roared. Slander? Do you shameless people of the Sandrace need me to slander you? As long as you are not blind, you will know how despicable and shameless you are. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, Today, I want to see if the Sandrace can really cover the sky with one hand in the 8 Immortal Mountain. Senior Sha Lin, it's indeed inappropriate for you to do this. Lin Ruoxian was not as rash as Ling Xiao, but he also felt that what Sha Lin had done tonight was a little too much. This was already provoking an internal war within the sect. Lin Ruoxian, did you kill the master of the Purple Immortal Mountain? Sha Lin suddenly stared at Lin Ruoxian and asked. He would never have thought that the master of the Purple Immortal Mountain was killed by Ling Xiao, so he was certain that Lin Ruoxian had helped him. If that was the case, then he would take down Lin Ruoxian this time. Lin Ruoxian was one of Ling Xiao's backers. If he captured Lin Ruoxian, not only would Ling Xiao lose a great backer, but he would also make the Lin Ruoxian obediently marry off to his son, Sha Diao. What a joke. I haven't even seen the master of the Purple Immortal Mountain tonight. How can I kill him? Lin Ruoxian naturally refused to admit it. Although the master of the Purple Immortal Mountain was in the wrong, killing an elder as a deacon was a great crime. Once he admitted it, even if he was in the right, it would become unreasonable. You don't want to admit it? It's fine. We will investigate this thoroughly. Sha Yu, capture these 3 sneaky fellows and interrogate them properly. The master of the Purple Immortal Mountain was one of the elders of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Now that he died without knowing why, we must investigate this thoroughly. Chapter 2389. It turned out that the commander of the Immortal Bell Guards was also surnamed Sha. No wonder. The people of the Sandrace would naturally help the Sandrace. Sha Lin had brought Sha Yu here today to put Ling Xiao in a dilemma. If he attacked the Immortal Bell Guards, it would be a rebellion. If he didn't, it would be death. Attack. Sha Yu waved his hand, and the Immortal Bell Guards were about to attack. How dare you? This is the Black Immortal Mountain. Let's see who dares to attack. Although the Immortal Bell Guards are a troop that rewards good and punishes evil, they do not represent the law. If there is no order from the Hall Master of the Hall of rewarding good and punishing evil today, if you dare to attack, don't blame me, Ling Xiao, for being merciless. Ling Xiao looked at the crowd coldly. If these people insisted on attacking tonight, he would have to kill them all. Perhaps he wasn't strong enough. However, as long as he was on the Black Immortal Mountain, he was not afraid of anyone. He wasn't even afraid of Sha Lin. The strength of the array was that it could allow the weak to defeat the strong. He had worked hard for nearly 3 months and had not wasted it. Ha 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 ha, kid. Do you really think you're something? You're not an official disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain yet. Even if you are, you're just a fart in my eyes. No one will dare to do anything to me even if I kill you. Sha Lin laughed wildly. He didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Deacon Lin, Miss Qing, do you dare to follow me, Ling Xiao, up the Black Immortal Mountain? Ling Xiao didn't look at Shaolin. Instead, he turned around and asked the two women. "There's nothing to be afraid of," Lin Ruoxian said. "You saved my life. If these people don't listen to reason, I'll protect you even if I have to die." Qing Wanhua said, "Very well, follow me up the mountain." After saying that, Ling Xiao walked up the Black Immortal Mountain. Without waiting for the Immortal Bell Guards to attack, the people brought by Qilian and Shaolin couldn't wait to attack. However, at this moment, some strange inscriptions suddenly appeared on the ground. Sharp blades shot out from the ground. Many cultivators were unable to dodge in time and had their bodies pierced through, dying on the spot, including those who were holding down Chu Rinfeng, Lin Yang, and Feng Ru. In just an instant, the situation changed. Ling Xiao stepped onto the Black Immortal Mountain. Lin Ruoxian, Qing Wanhua, Chu Rinfeng, Lin Yang, and Feng Ru all followed. Some people chased after them, but halfway through, they suddenly saw boiling lava spewing out, directly burning the group of people at the front to death. Others looked at the huge wall of lava in front of them in horror, unable to do anything. Old Witch Qilian, Old Dog Shaolin, Little Sand Sculpture Dog, listen to me. Our Black Immortal Mountain is not a pushover. If you obediently scram today, nothing will happen. If you dare to force your way up the mountain, I will definitely annihilate all of you." Ling Xiao stood behind the huge wall of lava and said without the slightest scruple. At this moment, Seren's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He was a member of the Sand Clan, one of the 8 great clans, and his status was not low. Now, he was being insulted by a disciple who had just been promoted to the 8 Immortal Mountain. How could he take this lying down? "Ling Xiao, are you trying to rebel?" Seren asked coldly. "It's not us who wants to rebel, it's you. Even if the Black Immortal Mountain does not have a high status, it is still a mountain of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Even if you want to find trouble with us, you must have the order of reward and punish evil from the Hall Master of the Reward and Punish Evil Hall before you can punish us. You don't have anything, and you dare to come to the Black Immortal Mountain to cause trouble. Who wants to rebel?" Ling Xiao said righteously. "Ling Xiao, don't be silly. We just want to bring you back for questioning. The whereabouts of the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master is unknown, and you came back so late. It's inevitable that people will be suspicious. Don't worry, as long as you are willing to come with us, we will ensure your safety." Sha Yu, the commander of the Immortal Bell Guards, said with a smile, "Bullshit. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? None of you with the surname Sha are good people. Do you think I don't know? As long as we go with you, I'm afraid the 3 of us will never be able to make a comeback. Little dog, listen to me. Don't blame me for being ruthless if you lose your life because of Seren. I, Ling Xiao, am not a coward who dares to be bullied." Ling Xiao scolded loudly. Sha Yu's expression suddenly became extremely ferocious. "Do you think you can stop us with the defense of the Black Immortal Mountain? You better be smart, or I'll let all of you die on the mountain tonight." Ling Xiao hit the nail on the head, and he naturally became extremely angry. "Humph, are you angry because of embarrassment? It doesn't matter. If you want to kill us, then come. I'd like to see who will die today, you or us." Ling Xiao snorted coldly and then assigned tasks to Lin Ruoxian and the others. Each of them was to control a formation. The formation that was controlled by someone would be more powerful. "Stubborn. Immortal Bell Guards, go." Sha Yu shouted. "That fire wall is only 20 meters tall. It won't stop you. Go over and kill those traitors." Traitors? The Sand Tribe really can't change their bad habit of blaming others. Ling Xiao sneered. With a wave of his hand, the wall of fire that was originally 20 meters tall suddenly doubled in size. The Immortal Bell Guards who had almost crossed the fire wall were instantly sent flying by the fire wall. Although they didn't die, they were all burned and rolling on the ground, screaming in pain. "You dare say you're not a traitor? How dare you hurt the Immortal Bell Guards? This is tantamount to treason. Today, you'll have to die even if you don't." Sha Yu sneered. "Let's not talk about the Purple Immortal Mountain Master. Just the fact that you dared to attack the Immortal Bell Guards is enough for you to die. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext." Ling Xiao also sneered. "Little dog, don't fart over there. If you have the ability, come and catch us. I'd like to see if the Eight Immortal Mountain is reasonable. Is everyone as shameless as the Sand Tribe? Dad, don't the Sand Tribe have any formation masters? I don't know when this Black Immortal Mountain set up so many formations. Attacking forcefully is not a solution. Xiaodiao looked at Xiaolin. Do you think it's so easy to find a formation master? Although it's easy to refine formations and elixirs, mastering them is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Xiaolin also had a headache. It was not that the Sand Tribe didn't have any formation masters, but was it really useful? Uncle Xiaolin, I know someone. He's the #1 formation master in the Eight Immortal County. He's very famous in the Chen Kingdom and was once an honored guest of the Chen Kingdom's royal family. If we ask him to come out, he'll definitely be able to break this insignificant formation. Xia Yu said with a smile. You mean Mr. Imo? Xiaolin frowned. But Mr. Imo has a strange temper. It's hard to ask him to come out. That's because we haven't agreed on the price. If Mr. Imo wants to study formations, he needs money. If we can provide him with tens of millions of low-grade spiritual stones, as well as formation plates and formation flags that can be used as the core of the formation, we're not afraid that he won't agree. Chapter 2390. Tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones are easy to get. Although it's a huge sum of money, it's still affordable for the sand race. It's worth it to kill Ling Xiao. However, the array disc and the array flag are treasures. Where can I find them? Xiaolin frowned and said, Coincidentally, I exchanged for these 2 items a few days ago in the Hall of Good and Evil. This brat is so arrogant that he has angered me. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to calm down. Therefore, I'll lend these 2 items to you, uncle. Xia Yu said with a smile. Okay, then hurry up and invite Mr. Imo. Xiaolin was overjoyed. About half an hour later, an old man arrived at the foot of the Black Immortal Mountain. The old man looked to be in his 60s or 70s. His hair was completely white, and he was dressed in black, exuding a strange aura. When he arrived, he looked at Ling Xiao's array and said disdainfully, It's just a small array. There's nothing to worry about. Boss, this is bad. That's Mr. Imo, one of the most powerful array refiners in the Chun Nation. Once he makes a move, those arrays you set up won't be able to stop him at all. Lin Yong was a little anxious. Don't worry and watch. That old fool won't be able to break the array your boss set up. Ling Xiao glanced at Mr. Imo disdainfully. Yes, this person did look powerful, but in Ling Xiao's eyes, he was like a baby who had just learned how to crawl. He was not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao, I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the array is broken, it'll be your death. At that time, even if you want to beg for mercy, you won't have the chance. Xiaolin looked at the Black Immortal Mountain and said loudly, Old dog, don't be arrogant now. The matter here is so big that people will come soon. I don't believe that the sand race can hide the truth from everyone. When everyone is here, I'll tell you some interesting things. At that time, don't run away. Ling Xiao had thought about it. Although killing the master of the Purple Immortal Mountain was a big crime, everyone had the right to punish him for the despicable things he had done. Although he really wanted to join the Eight Immortals Mountain. However, that would depend on whether the Eight Immortal Mountain had the qualifications to keep him here. He was prepared to use the matter of the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord to test the higher-ups of the Eight Immortals Mountain. If this matter was resolved fairly, he would stay. After all, there were always dirty people in any sect. He was already used to it and would not blame the entire sect for a few vermin. However, if the Eight Immortal Mountain were to side with Xiaolin and the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master in this matter, he wouldn't stay in such a sect any longer. In any case, Ling Xiao didn't have to stay here to improve. Therefore, he was prepared to announce the matter regarding the Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain. However, the time was not right now. He had to wait until there were more people around. He wanted everyone to know what sort of despicable things an elder had done. Mr. Imo, are you still unable to crack it? Serene was actually very worried now. He had originally thought that capturing Ling Xiao would be very easy. After all, the Mountain Lord of the Black Immortal Mountain had already been tricked into attending a meeting. No light in the night would also not appear in the lower Eight Immortals Mountain. This matter was too simple. He acted first and reported later. After killing Ling Xiao, he believed that no light in the night would not do anything to him. However, he didn't expect that it would be so difficult to capture Ling Xiao. He actually spent tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones and even gave him 2 precious array discs and array flags. In the end, he didn't even manage to do anything. Just as Serene was feeling very worried, another problem occurred. Mr. Mo was breaking the array formation and his head was covered in sweat. He had already bragged, but he didn't dare to stop. That was because he had received so many benefits from Serene. If he couldn't break the array formation, given Serene's character, he would definitely kill him. However, at this moment, he was sent flying by a violent force and fell directly at Serene's feet. It turned out that when he was breaking the array formation, he was careless and activated the power of the array formation. As a result, he was attacked. Old thing, can you break the array or not? Serene was already angry. He stepped on Mr. Mo's chest and said angrily, Serene, please forgive this old man for being useless. This array really can't be broken. I don't want those things anymore. I hope you can let me go. Mr. Mo was really frightened. He had been refining arrays for so many years, but he had never seen such a meticulous array formation. Even those ancient arrays would have some flaws because of the long time. However, the array formation in front of him had no flaws at all. He couldn't break it at all. Afraid of death, he could only choose to give up. Old thing, go to hell. Serene was furious. He chopped off Mr. Mo's head with his sword. He was originally angry, but now he had wasted a lot of time. In the end, he achieved nothing. Ha ha ha, the people of the sand race are really shameless. You were the one who invited that trash. Now that others can't complete the task, you kill them. No wonder the reputation of the 8 Immortals Mountain is not good. It's all because of you black sheep. Ling Xiao's laughter came from the mountain. He had never been afraid that the other party would be able to break his array formation. After all, he had become even more cautious after the demon envoy of the Demon Shadow Sect had broken Yuhua Town's array formation. With the help of a Yuan Venerate, his array formation had become even more meticulous and complicated. If it happened again, he absolutely believed that the demon envoy wouldn't be able to break Yuhua Town's array formation even if he was still alive. This was also why he hadn't been worried about Yuhua Town during this period of time. Attack. I don't believe that an array formation set up by a mere brat can be that powerful. Since he couldn't break the array formation, Serene could only choose to attack. He didn't want to wait for Dark Knight Formless to return or No Light in the Night to find out about what had happened here. If that was the case, then he wouldn't have a chance. In any case, this array formation was nothing in his eyes. He took the lead. He wrapped his body with powerful origin energy and rushed towards the huge wall of fire. The Sand Martial Soul appeared behind him. The powerful black sandstorm enveloped the wall of fire and blasted a hole in it. Ha ha ha. If I had known that it would be so easy, I wouldn't have invited any array formation stones. I would have done it myself. Charge. He waved his hand and hundreds of martialists rushed towards the black immortal mountain through the hole. More than a dozen immortal bell guards were among them. Ling Xiao, what should we do? Are they coming up? Qingwan Hua asked worriedly. Don't worry. Just control your own array formations and wait for my command to activate them together. I want them to never return. Ling Xiao sneered. He didn't like to just defend. Since the other party wanted to come in, then let them come in. He had caught a turtle in a jar. The others no longer panicked when they saw Ling Xiao's confident and calm smile. They poured their spirit power into the array formation at practically the same time. Chapter 2391. What a grand display. There must be 500 or 600 people here. I wonder what Shaolin's expression will be when they all die. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. What he was not used to the most was showing mercy. Since they were enemies, he would just kill them. Moreover, once they rushed over, they would not let him go. How could he be merciful in this kind of life and death battle? Shaolin, Qilian, Shadiao, Shayu, and the others all rushed in. At this moment, Ling Xiao used his soul power to give an order. Attack. Along with the order, violent wind, lightning, raging flames, poison, magma, and rocks appeared at almost the same time. In just an instant, the death toll was no less than 100 people. The terrifying array could allow a weak martial artist to have the ability to control the elements of heaven and earth. This was the terrifying part of the array. Unfortunately, it was not easy to set up an array in the middle of a battle. Even the array stored in the array refining stone was relatively simple and not powerful enough. It could be said that if an array refining master was given enough time, then at the very least, no one would be able to hurt them. Unless it was the 7 sovereigns and the king of sovereigns who could control the mystic world's laws. Oh no, that brat is tricking us. We are trapped. This is like beating a dog after closing the door. Bullshit. I am not a dog. But this is really troublesome. Panic. Everyone who followed Shaolin panicked. Screams sounded one after another. Shaolin, who did not want anyone to appear, now hoped that someone would appear. Because as long as someone appeared, they could still be saved. Otherwise, except for a few people with stronger cultivation, the rest would die. Save me, Lord Shaolin. Deacon Shayu, save me. The immortal bell guards probably never thought that there would be someone who dared to attack them within the 8 immortal mountain. This Ling Xiao was simply a madman. Ha ha ha, this is too satisfying, junior brother Ling, damn it. I have a stomach full of anger today. Even if I die after having fun, it will be worth it. I, Chu Renfeng, will kill all these shameless people. That's right. These guys are completely unreasonable. Only by making them feel fear is the right thing to do. Lin Yang also felt powerless. If Ling Xiao had not come back in time, his head would have fallen to the ground. These SandClan people were really overbearing. They did not care about his identity at all. At this moment, even Feng Ru, a kind and innocent girl, could not help but want to kill a few more people. Ever since she joined the 8 Immortals Mountain, she had never intended to fight with anyone. She tolerated everything, but reality made it impossible for her to continue tolerating. If she continued to endure, she might even lose her life. As for the Lin Ruoxian and the Qinghuan flower, there was no need to mention them. After what had happened at the back of the mountain, if they were still naive enough to think that they could survive by surrendering now, then they would really be extremely stupid. Fortunately, they weren't stupid. On the contrary, they were very smart. Therefore, they were willing to fight alongside Ling Xiao until they died. Soon, the road leading to Black Immortal Mountain was filled with corpses. Only Shaolin, Qilian, Shadiao, and Shayu were left alive. The immortal bell guards that Shayu had brought out this time were all killed. His heart was filled with both anger and fear. He was angry because Ling Xiao had actually daring to attack the immortal bell guards. He was frightened because so many people had died. If he still could not capture and kill Ling Xiao, then he was afraid that when he returned, he would not be able to explain to the hall master. Old dogs and puppies, don't you feel great? Ling Xiao's voice sounded extremely cold and domineering in the night. At this moment, he was no longer a mere disciple, but a true expert. With the help of countless arrays, even no light in the night could not kill him, let alone Shaolin. As long as he did not leave Black Immortal Mountain, he would definitely not die. This was his advantage. Today, Shaolin and the other idiots dared to barge into Black Immortal Mountain. They were simply walking into a trap and seeking their own deaths. Ling Xiao, you have to think clearly. If you kill us, the Sandrace will not let you off. The Hall of Good Reward and Evil will not let you off either. You are simply rebelling, treason. Shaolin was a little frightened, because at this moment, he was equivalent to being trapped on Black Immortal Mountain. He could not go out, nor could he go in. He could only tiredly deal with the attacks of various arrays. Although it seemed that he would be fine for a while, in the long run, he would not be too far away from death. Therefore, he began to use his identity and status to threaten Ling Xiao. Idiot, if I don't kill you, you will still continue to oppress me and use all kinds of sinister moves on me. You want me dead. Very well, since you want me dead, I will also kill you today. I will let you have a taste of the consequences of offending me, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was completely unmoved by Shaolin's words. Threatening him? What a joke. He had also thought that he could peacefully coexist with the Sandrace, but what did the Sandrace do? Did they really think that he, Ling Xiao, was an ant that could not be resisted? They are coming. Ling Xiao suddenly looked into the distance. Countless figures rushed over at high speed. This night was destined to be a restless one. The sky was turning white, and the light of dawn was gradually rising. The originally pitch-black night gradually brightened up. These figures also became clearer and clearer. No light in the night. Yichen Wu Xing, the master of Green Immortal Mountain, the master of the Hall of Good Reward and Evil, Lin Haoyu, and the other masters of the 8 Immortal Mountains. Ling Xiao knew these people. There were also some faces that Ling Xiao did not recognize. The deputy master of the Hall of Good Reward and Evil, Jin Ruchao, one of the 4 great guardians of the Sand Race, the elder of the 8 Immortal Mountain, Sha Tongtian. They were all considered important figures, and were on the same level as No Light in the Night. Apart from them, there were many other reputable figures, as well as many disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountains who were alarmed by the commotion. Elder, save us. Ling Xiao is plotting a rebellion. He has already killed many Immortal Bell Guards with his strange formation. He wants to kill all of us. Sha Lin knew that he was saved when he saw Sha Tongtian. He definitely did not believe that Ling Xiao would dare to attack them in front of Elder Yuan. He also did not believe that Ling Xiao's formation could not be broken even by Elder Yuan. Ling Xiao, do you know your crime? Sha Tongtian shouted loudly. What crime have I committed? Ling Xiao said loudly, Elder Yuan, although you are from the Sand Race, you should speak with a conscience. Don't be as shameless as these people and slander others. What crime have I committed? You killed the Immortal Bell Guards, which is a capital crime. You attacked the Sand Race, which is a capital crime. You are just a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain, a slave of the 8 great tribes. Even if we want you to die, you have to accept it. You dared to fight back, which is a capital crime. Chapter 2392. Old dog, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Looks like I was right. None of you Sand Clan are good. Ling Xiao said coldly, I came to the 8 Immortals Mountain to learn martial arts, not to be your slave. What's more, I'm now a disciple of 8 Immortal Mountain, a member of the Dark Clan. I'm on the same level as you Sand Clan. Serene and his men suddenly surrounded Black Immortal Mountain and attacked us for no reason. Let alone attacking him, even if I killed him. So what? As for those Immortal Bell Guards, they deserve to die. The Immortal Bell Guards are supposed to protect the laws of 8 Immortal Mountain. They should be fair and not biased. But they have become the dogs of the Sand Clan. They deserve to die. Ha ha ha, well said. You killed them well. As expected of the person chosen by No Light in the Night, you have character. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Sha Tongtian's face turned green with anger. But No Light in the Night was very happy. Because although Ling Xiao's words were unpleasant to hear, they were reasonable. As long as Ling Xiao stood on the side of reason, he would have a way to help Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and Qing Wanhua were all Dark Clan members. He could not tolerate anyone who dared to attack his Dark Clan members. No Light in the Night, what did you say? Sha Tongtian roared with anger. You're not deaf. How could you not hear me? No matter who he is, he deserves to die. If Ling Xiao doesn't kill them, I will. No Light in the Night was such a person. He was similar to Ling Yuhua of Yuhua Town. He put the Dark Clan's interests first. If he felt that it was beneficial to the Dark Clan, he would insist on it. If it was useful to the Dark Clan, he would protect them. All right, the two of you. We're here to solve the problem, not to fight. Jin Ruchao finally opened his mouth. He looked at Black Immortal Mountain and said, Ling Xiao, remove the formation and release Serene and the others. After all, they are respected. If you hurt them, I'm afraid you'll be in danger. If you want me to release them, I can. Your Excellency should be the Hall Master of the Good and Evil Hall. Then, convict them first. These people trespassed into the Black Immortal Mountain and attacked us directly. They almost killed us. As long as they are convicted, I, Ling Xiao, will naturally let them go. Otherwise, please forgive me for not being able to comply. Ling Xiao's attitude. In any case, since he had already reached this level, he could not lower his stance. At this time, If you lowered your posture, others would see your weakness and find your flaws. That would be troublesome. You. This is for your own good. Jian Ruchao's, and he didn't like Ling Xiao to begin with. That little girl Ling Jiaojiao refused to marry his clansman. This made him very unhappy. Moreover, the little girl said that she would listen to Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao didn't agree, she wouldn't marry him. What did she take his clan for? With this kind of bad impression, it was naturally impossible to be too fair and just in doing things. Not qualified? Then let's not talk about it. Ling Xiao sneered and looked at No Light in the Night. Doyen No Light in the Night, do you also think I should release these guys? No Light in the Night thought that Ling Xiao was giving him face. He didn't know that this was Ling Xiao's test for him. If he didn't support Ling Xiao in this matter, then Ling Xiao planned to make a scene at 8 Immortal Mountain and then leave. There would be a place for him to stay. Just do as you say. If anything happens, the Dark Clan will take responsibility. No Light in the Night said loudly. The Dark Clan and the Sand Clan were considered the 4 strongest clans among the 8 major clans. The other 2 clans were the Sword Clan and the Snake Clan. Although the other clans weren't weak, compared to these 4 clans, they were still a little bit weaker. Therefore, the Dark Clan and the Sand Clan had a tradition of secretly competing with each other. If Shaolin, Shadiao, Shayu, and Qilian were killed by Ling Xiao, and it was very reasonable, No Light in the Night would definitely support Ling Xiao and not oppose. Thank you, Doyen. I understand. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. After all, when a person joined a sect, there would always be some feelings. If he really wanted to leave here, there would definitely be some reluctance. After all, there were his friends and expectations here. If he left, it would mean that he would have to start all over again. No Light in the Night, do you know that Ling Xiao colluded with Lin Ruoxian to kill the Lord of Purple Immortal Mountain? Sha Lin questioned loudly. You're wrong, Sha Lin. The one who killed the Lord of Purple Immortal Mountain was not Lin Ruoxian, but me. I can kill that old bastard by myself. At this time, the people who should be here had already arrived. Ling Xiao should tell everyone the truth. See, he admitted it. Jian Ruchao, why don't you arrest this kid and let him face to face? Comfort the spirit of the Lord of Purple Immortal Mountain in heaven. Sha Lin shouted excitedly. Ling Xiao, is what you just said true? Jian Ruchao frowned. Although he didn't like Ling Xiao, he didn't believe Ling Xiao's words. Because with Ling Xiao's strength, killing the Lord of Purple Immortal Mountain was too ridiculous. It was simply impossible. Of course it's true. Just like how I'm dealing with Sha Lin now. With a powerful formation, killing him shouldn't be a problem, right? Ling Xiao found a very reasonable reason. Do you know that you offended your superiors and murdered an elder? Jian Ruchao said coldly. I don't know. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Elder? That old bastard is worthy. He didn't care about his status and kidnapped Qingwan, a member of the Dark Tribe, to lure me to save her. Then, he besieged me and tried to kill me. Unfortunately, that old bastard really couldn't take it anymore. Not only did he fail to kill me, but he was also killed by me. His death is not to be regretted. Do you have evidence? No Light in the Night asked. He believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't say this casually. Since he said this, there must be some conclusive evidence. Of course, Ling Xiao said. That old bastard set up the trap at the back of the mountain. The back of the mountain is a forbidden area and there are always photography beasts there. In order to prevent people from biting back, I specially sent a photography beast nearby. Now, it can be considered to be of use. After he finished speaking, he released a demonic beast from the beast ring. This demonic beast had 2 big eyes. It looked like a snail. However, there was a pair of eyes on its antennae that could faithfully record images. These images could be stored for up to a year before gradually fading away. Therefore, what happened at night was naturally recorded. Ling Xiao dared to admit that he killed the Lord of Purple Immortal Mountain. Naturally, he had something to rely on. However, the images taken by the photography beast were not very clear. In addition, Ling Xiao was extremely fast during the battle, so his Tyrant martial spirit and butterfly transformation would not be seen through. Chapter 2393 The video played by the camera beast made Serene unable to be arrogant anymore. What Purple Immortal Mountain's Lord did brought shame to the entire 8 Immortal Mountain. Good job. No Light in the Night shouted. Sha Tongtian. Jin Ruchao. What else do you two have to say? Jin Ruchao sighed and said, Purple Immortal Mountain's Lord, as an elder, did such a dirty thing. Ling shouted it to protect himself. Not only is he not guilty, but he has also done a meritorious deed. He didn't like Ling Xiao very much. He didn't have a deep hatred for Ling Xiao. Therefore, when the evidence was presented, he had already decided not to pursue the matter any further. Otherwise, his authority as the Vice Hall Master of the Hall of Reward the Good and Punish the Evil would be seriously questioned. Even Sha Tongtian didn't dare to speak for Purple Immortal Mountain's Lord. Because speaking for that kind of person meant that he was also that kind of person. He couldn't bear the responsibility. However, he still had to save Serene and the others. So he looked at No Light in the Night and said, No Light in the Night, Serene was wrong today, no doubt about it. But 8 Immortal Mountain can't have a war. You should know this best. Serene, Sha Diao, Sha Yu, and Qilian will be strictly disciplined by our sand race. You can rest assured. Besides, we have paid a heavy price. That should be enough, right? Can we ask Ling Xiao to let the 4 of them go? Sha Tongtian said this because he had already lowered his head. Since he couldn't punish Ling Xiao, as long as he could save the 4 people he wanted to save, it would be good enough. No Light in the Night obviously didn't want to start a war between the Dark Race and the Sand Race. He nodded and said, Sha Tongtian, since you said so, I will give you face. But after this matter, I am afraid that the 4 people will hate Ling Xiao to the bone. If you want to let them go, they must swear in public that they will never attack Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it will be a war between the Dark Race and the Sand Race. What do you think? Ling Xiao, what do you think? He didn't forget about Ling Xiao. In order to give Ling Xiao enough face, he asked this question. No Light in the Night will decide everything. When he heard that No Light in the Night was willing to help him, Ling Xiao decided to join the Dark Race. Perhaps this Dark One really was the key to his ascension. Good. Dark Knight Wukong was very happy because Ling Xiao, this arrogant young man, was willing to give him face. This lad was anxious. However, he wasn't going to give anyone face. In fact, this could even be considered as a form of glory. He then looked at Sha Tongtian and asked, What do you think? Sha Tongtian nodded. He then looked at Sha Lin and said, Today's matter was indeed due to your recklessness. Although Heishin Mountain isn't very active, it's still under the control of the Dark Ones. You're putting the Sand Race in a very difficult position. Swear. But Grand Elder, that brat has gone too far. Of course, Sha Tongtian didn't want to swear, because that would mean that he had admitted defeat in front of so many people. If he didn't want to, the other 3 wouldn't either. Sha Tongtian, you won't even listen to this old man's orders? Sha Tongtian was also very unhappy. He didn't want Sha Tongtian to swear in front of so many people, but Ling Xiao's formation was too powerful. Sha Tongtian had analyzed it for a long time but couldn't find any flaws. He had no choice but to do this. Sha Tongtian and the other 3 would lose their lives. I'm sorry, Grand Elder. I usually listen to you, but not today. We can't tarnish the reputation of the Sand Race. Sha Tongtian said unyieldingly. Fool. If you die at the hands of a disciple who just ascended to Mount 8 Immortals, wouldn't that bring shame to the Sand Race? Sha Tongtian was annoyed. Sha Tongtian was usually very smart. Why was he so stupid today? Grand Elder, what are you afraid of? Can't we break this formation with the power of the Sand Race? Some of the Sand Race warriors standing behind Sha Tongtian were also very unhappy. They weren't willing to lower their heads to the Dark Race. They were even more unwilling to lower their heads to Ling Xiao. These people put Sha Tongtian in a dilemma. Grand Elder, if you're afraid, let us save Sha Tongtian. Those Sand Race warriors suddenly rushed toward Black Immortal Mountain. There were a total of 5 people, and their cultivation was at the peak of the 3rd level of Hell. One of them was actually at the peak of the 3rd level of Hell. This kind of strength was already at the level of the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord. Grand Elder No Light in the Night, it's not that I don't want to listen to you, but these people aren't willing to reconcile. They can't blame me. Ling Xiao was actually not willing to reconcile with this matter. But he didn't want to go against no light in the knight's face. Now that the other party was the one who refused to reconcile, he had sufficient reason to act. Kill. The terrifying formation was instantly activated. The 5 Sandrace warriors were directly destroyed in the void. 5 corpses were directly thrown out and fell at Sha Tongtian's feet. Not only that, Ling Xiao activated the formation at the same time and charged toward Sha Tongtian and the others. Qi Lian and Sha Tongtian were the first to give in. The 2 of them were the weakest among the 4. Under Ling Xiao's crazy attacks, they were finally surrounded by boiling magma and crazy thunder and lightning. Then, they fell to the ground with serious injuries. Although they weren't dead yet, as long as Ling Xiao continued to attack, they would definitely die. Stop! Sha Tongtian roared angrily and rushed forward. He definitely couldn't allow Sha Tongtian to be killed. At this time, he could only attack. However, he was blocked by a figure. It was the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord, Yi Wuxing. It's been a long time since I've met a true opponent. I want to see how much you've improved over the years. How dare you ignore my Black Immortal Mountain? Dark Knight Formless looked at Sha Tongtian indifferently, his eyes cold and unyielding. Today, all those who barge into my Black Immortal Mountain will die. You coward, you're already at your limit. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Sha Tongtian rushed forward. However, after 3 moves, he was directly thrown out and fell to the ground, his whole body twitching. Although he wasn't dead, he was seriously injured. Yi Wuxing was unharmed. He stood there coldly and looked at everyone. Today, I, Yi Wuxing, swear here that in the past, I couldn't protect my son, but in the future, if anyone dares to hurt my disciples Ling Xiao, Ho Renfeng, and Feng Ru, I'll definitely take their lives. If he didn't have the strength, no one would care about what he said. But he was too strong. Sha Tongtian, a senior figure, was defeated in 3 moves by him and was seriously injured. Ling Xiao, listen up. You don't have to do anything next. I'll raise this butcher's knife. He knew that if Ling Xiao really killed Sha Tongtian and the others, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. So he had to do something for his disciple. As the Mountain Lord, he had never helped Ling Xiao much. Today, Ling Xiao was going to step into the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. He wanted his disciple to leave safely. He walked towards the Black Immortal Mountain and Sha Tongtian and the others. Chapter 2394. Dark Knight, do you want to start a war between the Sand Race and the Dark Race? Sha Tongtian lay on the ground and roared weakly. What a joke. The war started the moment the Sand Race besieged the Onyx Immortal Mountain. My disciple gave you a chance to live, a chance to admit your mistakes. Since you don't know how to cherish it, don't blame me for being impolite. What's more, I left the Dark Race long ago. If the Sand Race wants revenge, come to me. What does it have to do with the Dark Race? Dark Knight didn't look at Sha Tongtian at all. In the dawn, he was like an evil god left behind by the night. He was so terrifying and powerful. It was so chilling. Shaolin, hurry up and swear. Sha Tongtian roared desperately. Because he knew that as long as Shaolin swore not to hurt Ling Xiao and the others, Dark Knight would have no reason to attack. He won't dare to kill us. He definitely won't. He's just the leader of the Onyx Immortal Mountain. I'm a member of the Sand Race. Shaolin was still delusional. He felt that Dark Knight didn't dare to attack. However, a scream came from beside him. It was Sha Yu who died. This important pawn of the Sand Race in the Hall of Good and Evil had died just like that. Father, save me. Sha Diao screamed in horror. He was seriously injured and didn't even have the strength to resist. At this time, he could only scream in horror. Shaolin blocked Dark Knight. However, he was sent flying by Dark Knight's palm. I swear that from now on, if I hurt Ling Xiao and the disciples of the Onyx Immortal Mountain again, I will die a horrible death. Sha Diao screamed in horror. This oath made the Sand Race lose face. However, he didn't care. As long as he could survive, he would be lucky. I also swear that from now on, I will never mention the word revenge. I will never hurt Ling Xiao and the other disciples of the Onyx Immortal Mountain. Qi Lian also swore. Sha Yu's death was a reminder to her. Dark Knight was too strong. He was really too strong. All these years, this person had kept a low profile. As a result, people had forgotten how terrifying he was. Only when he really attacked did they know how terrifying he was. I swear. Shaolin finally didn't dare to continue being tough. After being sent flying by Black Knight Formless Palm, he clearly understood the huge gap between him and Black Knight Formless. I swear that I will never harm Ling Xiao and the other disciples of the Black Immortal Mountain in the future. If I go back on my word, I am willing to accept any punishment from the sect. These words made Serene feel even worse than death, but he knew he couldn't die. Only by being alive could one do many things. He didn't dare to break his oath, but he could still command others to deal with Ling Xiao. He would definitely not let Ling Xiao go, definitely. Including Dark Knight Formless, he would not let them go. Dark Knight retracted his ferocious aura and looked coldly at Serene. I know you're not convinced. You still want to deal with Ling Xiao? But I advise you not to let me know. Otherwise, you will die. He listened to the oaths of those people. Ling Xiao sneered. He would not let these people go. By the time he had enough strength to challenge the sand race, none of these people would be able to survive. He knew that none of these people would really let him go, so he wouldn't be soft-hearted. Didn't High Formless leave these 3 dogs alive for him? He removed the array and looked coldly at Sha Tongtian and the others from the sand race leaving in a sorry state. No Light in the Night waved his hand and said, "Let's go. There's nothing to see." He knew very well that after today, Ling Xiao's status and identity would surpass many disciples. He could kill the Mountain Lord of the Purple Immortal Mountain and force Serene and the others to swear an oath, regardless of whether it was the power of the array or not. Just based on this ability, he was more domineering than most of the disciples from the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. Kid, you're good. But if those people don't swear an oath tonight, will you really kill them? No Light in the Night walked to Ling Xiao's side and asked when most people had left. I will, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Aren't you afraid of the sand race's revenge? No Light in the Night asked again. I, Ling Xiao, have never killed the innocent in my life. But if anyone provokes me, I'll return it 1,000 times over. The sand race's revenge? Isn't the sand race already taking revenge? Actually, Senior Elder, you didn't save me tonight, but the entire sand race. Ling Xiao said indifferently, the array on the Black Immortal Mountain is controlled by me. It won't be a problem to destroy the sand race. Unfortunately, it can't be moved. Ha ha ha. Good kid. You have character. Dark Knight Formless, he's very much like you when you were young. Since your son is already dead, why don't you take him in as your godson? No Light in the Night laughed. He won't agree. Dark Knight Formless also had the same idea, but he knew Ling Xiao's character. That's right, I won't agree. However, Mountain Chieftain, I, Ling Xiao, will remember what you have done tonight. You have treated me well, and I will definitely repay your kindness. Ling Xiao didn't like to recognize random people as his father. It wouldn't matter if it was his master, but his father. He wouldn't recognize anyone other than the person who gave birth to him and raised him. It didn't matter how great that person was. Even if the parents he met were just ordinary people, he could still treat them as his parents because he was indebted to them for giving birth to him. But he wouldn't recognize anyone else. It seems like you guys know each other well. All right, it's daybreak, and the time for you guys to say goodbye is over. Next, I'll make some adjustments and report to the Dark Race. No Light in the Night smiled and turned around to leave. He probably went back to the Dark Race. After all, what happened today was a bit too big, and he still needed to inform the Dark Race. At this point, the assessment of the disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain was completely over. In the end, Ling Xiao, Qingwan Hua, and Lin Yang not only passed the assessment and were promoted to the 8 Immortal Mountain, they also defended their honor and lives. The Sand Race, Scarlet Immortal Mountain, and Purple Immortal Mountain all paid a heavy price. Desert Cloud, Akira, and the Lord of Purple Immortal Mountain, who were once enemies of Ling Xiao, had already gone to the underworld. Ling Xiao, although tonight's matter seems to have been resolved perfectly on the surface, You should know that the sand race will definitely not let it go so easily. Back on the black immortal mountain, Heiyi Formless looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Don't worry, Lord. I understand. I stepped into the 8 immortal mountain and joined the dark race to increase my strength. When I become stronger, the sand race will only pay a heavy price for their stupidity. If they don't do anything in the future, they might still be able to live safely. But if they want to find trouble with me, I will definitely let them know what regret is." Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of the sand race at all. He had met enemies stronger than the sand race, and they had all come. Just a mere sand race, what did that count as? He didn't care at all. "All right, it's good that you have confidence. I will cultivate in seclusion on the Black Immortal Mountain from now on. If you have any problems, feel free to look for me." Chapter 2395. Suddenly, Dark Knight Formless felt like he was talking too much. How could someone as smart as Ling Xiao not understand that going to the 8 Immortal Mountain was just the beginning? He left. Lin Yang, Qingwan Flower, and Lin Ruoxian left as well. They knew that Ling Xiao should be left alone for the time being. He needed some time to think about his future plans before going to the 8 Immortal Mountain. After they left, Ling Xiao took out the storage rings of the Amethyst Mountain's lord and the people he killed in the back of the mountain. There were more than 20 storage rings, which added up to nearly 2 million low-grade spirit stones. The Lord of Amethyst Mountain wasn't as rich as Akira and Desert Cloud. However, there was a secret manual in the Lord's storage ring called the Eastern Amethyst Sword Art. There were only 2 stances to the Eastern Amethyst Sword Art. First Sword Art. Second Sword Art. However, it was the strongest high-tier Jade rank martial art in the Amethyst Mountain. Ling Xiao was in need of a high-tier Jade rank martial art. He could use it for now and trade it for a better one when he came across one. As for the Meteor Sword Art, he could still use it for now. High-tier Jade rank martial arts were difficult to cultivate and consumed a lot of energy. Mid-tier Jade rank martial arts were the best choice for a normal battle. Ling Xiao decided to study the Eastern Amethyst Sword Art first, since there was still some time before he left for the Dark Tribe. With the experience of cultivating a high-tier Jade-grade secret technique, it wasn't too difficult for him to cultivate this high-tier Jade-grade martial skill. In half an hour, he had mastered the first move, one sword to the west, to the small success level. It was about time for him to leave. He stood up and prepared to leave for the Dark Tribe. Qingwan Flower and Lin Yang were already waiting for him outside. The Dark Knight was formless. Lin Ruoxian was also standing there. Evidently, she was planning to send them on their way. "Ling Xiao, do you know why no light in the night asked you to take me as your godfather?" Dark Knight Formless asked. "I don't know." Ling Xiao wasn't too sure, nor did he understand why Dark Knight Formless would suddenly bring this up. However, his instincts told him that there was something wrong. "Let me tell you something. The Dark Ones are a family. If you don't choose someone to be your godfather or godmother, then you'll never be able to join the Dark Ones. Even if you do, you'll still be an outsider." Dark Knight Formless sighed. "The 8 great clans are all the same. Do you think that Sand Eagle and Sansi are both Saren's sons? Not really. Sha Hai was his biological son, but Sha Jiao was only an adopted son. Moreover, his surname was not Sha in the past. You have to understand that it's not easy to become a foster father or mother of an inner clansman. Desert Cloud didn't have that qualification, so even though he was from the Sand Race, he was just an outsider. In front of the Sand Eagles and the Sea of Sand, he will always be a slave." Hearing these words, Ling Xiao could not help but frown. He hated this kind of coercion the most. "I know you don't like it, but others won't force you. Besides, there are too many people who want to take No Light in the Night as their godfather. But he only took a fancy to you. Qingwan Hua and Lin Yang don't have that qualification. If you choose him as your godfather, then you'll get all the resources of the inner clan. You'll even have the right to inherit the 8 great clans. No Light in the Night will do his best to protect you, so I suggest you don't resist. There's no harm in doing so, only benefits." Dark Knight Formless saw Ling Xiao's expression and knew that Ling Xiao wasn't too happy about it, so he made sure to explain, "Damn, boss, you're rich. With such an expert protecting you, no one will dare to bully you in the 8 Immortal Mountain." Lin Yang said enviously, "Ling Xiao, am naturally not invincible. I also need others to protect me, but I, Ling Xiao, have always done things according to my own will. I don't care for the protection that I can only get from taking others as my godfather or mother. Ling Xiao's attitude was very firm. Perhaps to others, this was nothing. It was just agreeing to be someone else's godfather. There was no loss. But Ling Xiao was not the same. He was the heavenly emperor of the heavenly empire, the one who would unify the mystic world in the future. Every decision he made represented the prestige of the heavenly empire. He really didn't care for such protection. And what kind of person was Ling Xiao? How could a mere no light in the night be qualified to be his godfather? He wouldn't even take Dark Knight Formless as his godfather, let alone no light in the night. Dark Knight Formless said very seriously, Ling Xiao, calm down. There's no need to be so impulsive. You may think this is a kind of insult, but Lin Yang and Qinghuan Hua can't get this kind of insult even if they want it. To be able to become no light in the night's godson, not to mention the disciples of the lower 8 immortal mountain, even the disciples of the upper 8 immortal mountain yearned for it. You have to know that my little brother, yes, no light in the night, has an indifferent personality. He doesn't care about anything, but he will protect his own things with all his might. If you become his godson, then he will definitely protect you with all his might. This is definitely your good fortune. Don't be ignorant of your good fortune. So what? He's strong. So I have to take him as my father? Does that mean that when I meet powerful experts in the future, I have to take them as my father? Mountain Lord, there's a story in my memory. In another world, there was the era of the 3 kingdoms. In that era, there was a powerful martial artist called Lu Bu. At first, he took a man called Ding Yuan as his father. Later, he found that another man called Dong Zhuo was even stronger. So he killed Ding Yuan and took Dong Zhuo as his father. Later, for a woman, he turned against Dong Zhuo and killed him. After that, he became brothers with a man called Liu Bei. That's why he was called the slave of 3 surnames. He was very strong, but his personality was extremely inferior. Mountain Lord, are you willing to let me become such a person? Sai, why are you so stubborn? You should know that once you take no light in the night as your godfather, you can do whatever you want in the Dark Clan. Who would dare to bully you? Plus, you can protect your friends and family better. Dark Knight sighed and tried his best to persuade Ling Xiao. There's no need to say more. Ling Xiao waved his hand. Ling Xiao, don't need to take someone else as my father. I can still protect my friends and family. Today, I'll say this. Even if I'm just an outer disciple of the 8 immortal mountain, I can still make everyone look at me in a different light. Mountain Lord, I don't want our relationship to deteriorate because of this matter. Let's stop here. Dark Knight wasn't angry at Ling Xiao's words. Instead, he suddenly felt that he'd underestimated Ling Xiao too much. A person who always wanted to rely on others would never be able to achieve greatness. Even if he became a king, he'd only be a puppet king. Chapter 2396. A powerful empire had once been born on the Black Tortoise continent. The founding emperor of the empire was a man who liked to rely on others. He married a powerful woman and took advantage of her family. He recognized a powerful brother and used this powerful brother to protect himself. In the end, he succeeded, became the emperor, and unified the Black Tortoise continent. However, on the first day of his ascension, he was the center of attention, but in reality, he was controlled by that powerful woman. He was like a puppet. He couldn't even protect the woman he loved. She was made into a human swine and died a miserable death, but he couldn't do anything about it. His empire was nibbled away by that woman, and he couldn't do anything about it either. That was until a true king appeared among his descendants. He didn't rely on others, and in an extremely difficult environment, defeated many rivals and ascended to the throne. Only then did he reclaim his empire from that woman's family. From then on, the empire truly belonged to them. Yi Wuji knew this. He saw in Ling Xiao the potential of a true overlord. He wasn't cunning or clever, nor was he slick and self-righteous. He wasn't willing to rely on others. It was difficult for such a person to succeed, but once he succeeded, he would become a true overlord. All right, I won't say any more. Just do as your heart tells you. Yi Wuji smiled. How could he not be happy? His disciple wasn't a petty person who fawned over others. This was a great relief to him. Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and Qingwan Hua finally left MT Black Immortal and headed for the higher reaches of MT8 Immortals. That was the true center of MT8 Immortals. The 8 most powerful families of MT8 lived there. Each family represented power and status. Ling Xiao and the others saw no light in the night at the entrance to the Dark Clan. No light in the night didn't say anything. Clearly, he'd already received Ling Xiao's answer from Yi Wuji. He refused to acknowledge him as his foster father. No light in the night was somewhat displeased. So many people wanted to acknowledge him as their father, but he refused. How dare Ling Xiao refuse? He planned to take revenge on the kid. His method of revenge was to make this kid despair. In the end, he came to beg him to become his adopted son. Aside from the patriarch, he was the strongest of the Dark Ones. If he wanted to do something, it would be easy. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know what No Light in the Night was thinking. He just felt that No Light in the Night was not in a good mood. However, he didn't care too much about it. He had come to the Dark Race to practice martial arts, not to curry favor. The 8 great clans are divided into inner and outer clans. The servants and slaves are all from the outer clans. The inner race doesn't need to do anything by themselves. They just need to focus on their cultivation. Perhaps he was trying to provoke Ling Xiao, but when they passed by the Dark Race's compound, Dark Knight pointed at the busy outer race disciples. These outer clan disciples were also disciples of the upper 8 Immortal Mountain. In the eyes of the disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain, they were simply superior existences. However, in reality, it wasn't easy to work like a cow or horse for the inner race. No Light in the Night wanted to see the look of regret on Ling Xiao's face. Unfortunately, he didn't see it. Ling Xiao's expression was as calm as ever. In Ling Xiao's eyes, the so-called inner clans were just people who lived a life of luxury but didn't know how to differentiate between grain and body. Although they had plenty of time to cultivate, they spent most of their time enjoying themselves and having fun. They didn't have as much time to cultivate as the outer clans. Moreover, how could a person become a talent if they didn't experience hardship? Living in a comfortable environment every day would lead to depravity sooner or later. He didn't want that to happen to him. The inner clans were good, but the outer clans weren't bad either. The inner clans could easily obtain martial arts techniques and resources. However, the outer clans could also obtain the same things through their own efforts. That was enough. Humph, kid. You'll regret this sooner or later. No Light in the Night saw that Ling Xiao wasn't moved. He had no choice but to lead Ling Xiao on. First, they arrived at the inner clan's residence. The place was picturesque, and the environment was excellent. Every inner clan disciple had their own courtyard, and they were served by outer clan disciples. Then, they went to the outer clan's residence. Although this place wasn't too shabby, and everyone had their own huts, they were still just huts. Compared to a courtyard, they had no one to serve them. No Light in the Night said, "Do you understand now? The inner clan's living conditions are much better than those of the outer clans." His words were, of course, meant for Ling Xiao to hear. Ling Xiao said calmly, "You're right, elder. But we're here to cultivate, not to enjoy ourselves. Since our accommodations have been arranged, why don't we hold the ceremony as soon as possible?" "You're really something, kid. You're not moved at all?" No Light in the Night was starting to admire Ling Xiao. Of course, he wasn't going to stop his revenge plan. He was going to make Ling Xiao bow his head to him. As an elder, and as the second strongest of the Dark Clans, that was his pride. "Kid, I heard you have some sort of connection with that Lin Ruoxian. Break it off, or he won't do you any good in the future." After their accommodations were arranged, the ceremony to enter the clan was next. Even if they were outer clan disciples, they were still part of the Dark Clan. They had to pay respects to the clan leader and the 4 elders. One of the 4 elders was, of course, No Light in the Night. There were 3 others, all of them experts. The patriarch and the 4 elders were waiting at the altar of the Dark One's sacrificial altar. Every time a new member joined the clan, they would hold a ceremony like this. After all, there was only one cycle every 8 years, and only 3 disciples would join every 8 years. On the way, No Light in the Night suddenly said something. Ling Xiao didn't understand, but he still said, Deacon Ruaxian is my benefactor and my friend. You want me to break it off with him? Impossible. No Light in the Night sneered. If you were my adopted son, I wouldn't have a problem saying that. Whatever happens, I'll take care of it for you. But you don't want to call me your father, so there's nothing I can do about it. I'll tell you the truth. Our clan leader's son, Anfatian, is very fond of Lin Ruaxian. Plus, Lin Ruaxian is already considered one of the candidates to become the next clan leader. Our clan leader, a Nightwalker, will do everything in his power to make this happen. If you don't break it off with Lin Ruaxian, you'll offend both Anfatian and our clan leader, a Nightwalker. Take care of yourself. As I said before, I won't attack unless I'm attacked first. If there's someone among you who doesn't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being rude. Ling Xiao looked at No Light in the Night coldly. I hope we can all treat each other with respect. Otherwise, the Dark Clan won't have any peace. Kid, aren't you afraid I'll cripple you? No Light in the Night said coldly. Chapter 2397. Ling Xiao replied indifferently, Do you think I would dare to speak to you like that if I didn't have something to rely on? Something to rely on? No Light in the Night didn't know what Ling Xiao was referring to, but he suddenly thought of Dark Knight Formless. The strength that Dark Knight Formless had displayed had really surprised him. He had actually seriously injured Sha Tongtian in 3 moves. Even Luo Yunyang couldn't do that. Hee. Dark Knight Formless wouldn't dare do anything if Dark Knight Walker wanted to kill you. You have miscalculated if you count on him to protect you. No Light in the Night mocked Dark Knight. Ling Xiao didn't explain anything. What he was relying on wasn't Dark Knight Formless. It was the Yuan Venerate, Shundian, and the Butterfly Lady. After killing the Purple Spirit Mountain's Mountain Master, he had discovered the Butterfly Lady's unimaginable ability. However, every time the Butterfly Lady used its power, it would consume a large amount of spirit stones. He had obtained tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones, most of which would probably be consumed during the battle with the Butterfly Lady. Even so, the Butterfly Lady was still one of his trump cards and was very useful. What he needed to do was to get more spirit stones. There was also the Yuan Venerate and Shandian. As long as he had enough spirit gems or other spirit treasures, they would be of great help to him. These were the things he was relying on. Dark Knight Formless was a member of the Dark Race after all. It was hard to say whether he would be of use at a critical moment. However, he naturally wouldn't tell No Light in the Night what trump cards he had. The reason why a trump card was a trump card was because of its secrecy. No Light in the Night seemed a little pleased when he saw that Ling Xiao wasn't speaking. He chuckled and said, Kid, think carefully. You still have a chance to regret it before the ceremony ends. After saying that, he continued walking forward. The Dark Race's Heaven Sacrificial Altar was an altar set up in the shape of the Dark Race's martial soul. It looked like a black shadow. It looked simple, but it contained a terrifying amount of power. In front of the Heaven Sacrificial Altar was the Heaven Sacrificial Hall. There was a lot of discussion in the Heaven Sacrificial Hall. This was because they had seen the assessment that day through the live broadcast. Especially in the last few battles, Ling Xiao's powerful strength and strange secret techniques gave everyone an incomparable shock. The leader of the Dark Race, Dark Knight Walker, was also paying close attention to the assessment. The Dark Ones were in charge of this year's selection for the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. Everyone who made it to the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain had to join the Dark Ones. Even if others didn't care, he would naturally care. Of the Dark Ones, the strongest were the leader and the 4 elders. All of them had reached the peak of the first revolution in Yang Realm's 5th level of Hell. There were also more than 20 people who had reached the 5th level of the Yin Yang Realm. However, those who were qualified to enter the Heaven Worship Hall were all above the late stage of the 5th level of Hell of Yin Yang Realm. Those who were not at the first transition did not have the right to do so. In the Black Tortoise mainland, the higher one went, the more one would realize that the people who occupied the main positions were basically all first transition martial artists. It was really difficult for ordinary martial artists to win against these first transition martial artists. This was especially true for those who were close to the rebirth state. Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and Qing Wanhua followed No Light in the Night into the hall. They realized that the seats were also very particular. The one sitting in the main seat was the leader of the dark race, Dark Night Walker. Dark Night Walker's black hair was very strange, as if it contained a terrifying power. He looked to be in his 30s, but Ling Xiao knew that this guy was probably more than 100 years old before he entered the reincarnation state. There were too few martial artists who could enter the reincarnation state before the age of 20. There were only a few people in the entire White Tiger mainland. There might be more in the Black Tortoise mainland, but they were still very rare. There were 2 seats on Dark Night Walker's left and right. They were closer to the bottom. Needless to say, these were the 4 elders' seats. 3 of the seats were already occupied, so the last one was definitely no light in the nights. Below that, the seats were basically allocated according to the strength of one's strength and the status of the family. And Fei Tian was sitting closest to the door. Although he was the young clan leader and had the privilege to enter, he did not have the right to sit above others, unless his strength surpassed those people. Of course, Ling Xiao did not know Fei Tian, but he could tell from Fei Tian's unfriendly gaze that something was amiss. No light in the night did not lie. This guy really did hold a grudge against him. I don't care if you're the young clan leader or not. If you dare to provoke me, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao snorted coldly in his heart. He did not look at Fei Tian, but looked forward. No light in the night was introducing the clan leader and the 4 elders. 3 little guys, listen up. This is the clan leader of the dark race, Dark Night Walker. The first person sitting on his right is Elder Dark Flower. Greetings, clan leader. Greetings, Elder Dark Flower. Ling Xiao and the other 2 bowed at the same time. However, Dark Flower looked very arrogant and did not pay any attention to the 3 of them. Hidden Flower looked like she was in her 30s, but with the Ling Xiao Tai Chi eye, he could tell that she was an old witch who had lived for almost 100 years. She was much older than that old witch, Qilian. This woman's attitude towards him was not good. She was very disrespectful, so he secretly cursed her a little. The second person on the right is Elder Dark Kai. Greetings, Elder Dark Kai. Dark Kai exuded the heroic spirit of a young man. He was a little younger than the other 2, but he was probably in his 70s or 80s before reincarnating. Dark Kai's attitude was different from Dark Flower's. Even when facing the 3 of them who had just entered the dark race, he nodded slightly and was very modest. The first person on the left is Elder Dark Knight. He's also my big brother. No light in the night introduced. Greetings, Elder Dark Knight. The 3 of them said again, you 3 are not bad. Work harder in the future. It could be seen that Dark Knight was a very easygoing person. Moreover, he always held a wine gourd in his hand. This made Ling Xiao think of the liquor demon sword that had helped him a lot in the past. He wondered how the liquor demon sword was doing now. Thank you for your concern, Elder. All right, the 3 of you, introduce yourselves first. No light in the night sat in his seat and said, although everyone might have heard of your names, this is more formal. Then, Ling Xiao and the other 2 did a simple self-introduction. Everyone was familiar with this. Ling Xiao was a reincarnated warrior. So was Qingwan Flower. Lin Yang had secretly trained countless times. In short, the 3 of them did a very good job in terms of attitude. Kid, you're Ling Xiao? You don't look like much in real life, but you were able to defeat the number 1 genius of 8 Immortal Mountain, Desert Cloud. I don't know if you used some other method, but it doesn't matter. After joining the Dark Race, you better behave. We're not from 8 Immortal Mountain. If you mess around, don't blame us for being rude. Chapter 2398. Not only was Hidden Flower arrogant, but she also seemed to have some opinions about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't quite understand. He had never seen this person before. How had he offended this old witch? When No Light in the Night heard this, he couldn't help but smile. He knew that with Ling Xiao's temper, it was impossible for him to not talk back. Perhaps there would be a good show to watch today. Sure enough, Ling Xiao stood up and cupped his hands at Hidden Flower. Does Elder Hidden Flower have some opinions about this junior? Otherwise, this junior had defeated Sha Diyun in front of so many people, fair and square, without cheating at all. How could it be different from what you said? Could it be that this junior has offended Elder Hidden Flower? If that's really the case, Why don't Elder Hidden Flower say it? If it's reasonable, this junior will change. His words were neither servile nor overbearing, and he wasn't impulsive. Impudent. I've long heard that you're daring and reckless. Now you actually dare to contradict this elder? Could it be that you think this elder will also indulge you just because Dark Knight Formless indulges you? Hidden Flower suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Today, this elder will teach you what rules are. Elder Sister Hidden Flower, you should sit down. Is it worth it for you to teach a disciple who just entered Upper 8 Immortal Mountain a lesson? Aren't you afraid that others will say you're taking advantage of your seniority? No Light in the Night smiled. In my opinion, it's easy for you to teach him the rules of being a person. There are people of the same generation here. Any one of them can teach him a lesson, right? He didn't want Ling Xiao to die. If Hidden Flower made a move, something would definitely happen to Ling Xiao. However, he also wanted to force Ling Xiao to beg him, so he had to make Ling Xiao suffer a bit. The best way was to let the Dark Race's disciples of Upper 8 Immortal Mountain deal with Ling Xiao, so that Ling Xiao would know the huge advantage of Upper 8 Immortal Mountain compared to Lower 8 Immortal Mountain. Then, after being taught a lesson, he would naturally come to beg him. At that time, he would take Ling Xiao as his adopted son. Wouldn't that be perfect? No Light in the Night is right. Sister, you're an elder, and Ling Xiao didn't do anything wrong, so there's no need for you to do it yourself. How about this, Fei Tian? You take action on behalf of your Aunt Hidden Flower. Nightwalker's words sounded like he was upholding justice. However, in Ling Xiao's ears, this was clearly an opportunity for his precious son to teach him, Ling Xiao, a lesson. Since father said so, then let me do it. Don't worry, Aunt, I will teach him a lesson. Because of the Lin Ruoxian incident, and Feiyan had long disliked Ling Xiao. Today was the perfect opportunity. He wanted to teach Ling Xiao a lesson and let Ling Xiao know that he, and Feiyan, was not someone to be trifled with. He wanted to make sure that Ling Xiao would never dare to steal his woman again. Take it easy. Just let him know the rules. Don't beat him to death. No Light in the Night said lightly. His words were a warning and also a contempt for Ling Xiao. He believed that Ling Xiao had no chance in front of Feiyan. Don't worry, Elder Wukong. I'll give you face. As long as he can take one move from me, I'll let him go. Of course, I won't use my full strength for this move. I'll use half of my strength. And Feiyan also did not take Ling Xiao seriously. In the eyes of the inner disciples of the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain, those in the Lower 8 Immortal Mountain were a bunch of trash. Even the geniuses in the Lower 8 Immortal Mountain were worthless here. Ling Xiao, do you dare to take this move from me? And Feiyan stood up and beckoned Ling Xiao with his finger. Boss, just admit defeat. That kid clearly wants to use this opportunity to beat you up. Lin Yang whispered. If you can see it, how can I not? But he wants to beat me up? With just half of his strength, he's not qualified to do so. Ling Xiao sneered. These people wanted to put him in his place. They wanted him to be afraid and obediently be a servant of the Dark Clan in the future. But he also wanted to put them in their place. So what if they were geniuses in the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain? They were strong not because they were more talented than him, but because they started earlier and had more resources. What did he have to fear? He stood up and looked at Feiyan. How can I not listen to your request, young patriarch? But for the sake of fairness, why don't you attack me and I attack you back? Ha 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 ha, kid. You're quite arrogant. Fine, fine, fine. We'll do as you say. But do you think you can still attack after taking one of my moves? And Feiyan laughed. Young patriarch, you don't have to worry about that. Since you've agreed, make your move. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he immediately transformed into his steel-armored bull demon martial soul and released the power of his advanced lightning battle body and advanced lava battle body. He also secretly used the power of the royal heaven Earth Queen to strengthen his mysterious world body. Although he said it casually, Feiyan was not strong enough. However, Feiyan's strength was not something he could easily handle. This time, he had to be careful. Good, you've got character. Here I come. Feiyan raised his hand, and a long black saber appeared in his hand. Then, a cold energy began to condense on the long saber. Advanced Jade Grade Martial Skill, Dark Night Saber, First Form, Night Attack. A disciple of the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain was indeed a disciple of the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. He used a Jade grade martial skill, and it looked like he had mastered it. He was on par with the Mountain Master of the Purple Immortal Mountain. The power was not inferior to the attack of the Mountain Master of the Purple Immortal Mountain. Oh no, this attack is too strong. How can boss block it? Even if he doesn't die, he'll be seriously injured. This young patriarch is too ruthless. Lin Yang was also a discerning person. He naturally knew how strong Fate Yin's attack was. I'm afraid it's not good. Sigh. If he had agreed to become the adopted son of founding elder No Light in the Night, this wouldn't have happened. Qing Wanhua also sighed. In this situation, she and Lin Yang could not help Ling Xiao at all. The opponent was too strong. The two of them together were not enough to kill him. Ling Xiao could not use the power of his heavenly tyrant martial soul at this time. After all, there were too many people here. It would be very difficult to block the attack. However, Ling Xiao did not intend to block it. He said that he would block the attack. Naturally, he could also use offense as defense. He had not made a move yet, but the people in the hall had already started to talk. During the assessment, Ling Xiao used an advanced Jade grade secret skill to deal with the desert cloud. I guess he'll use that again this time. It's useless. You've seen young patriarch and Fate Yin's intelligence. It's meaningless to use a secret skill or martial skill that he has seen before. Unless he knows another advanced Jade grade secret skill or martial skill, he's doomed. Facing Fate Yin's powerful attack, Ling Xiao could not help but frown. He could see that Fate Yin was really going to kill him. This move could be said to be extremely ruthless. Chapter 2399. When Fate Yin's wild blade of the Dark Night arrived, the entire sacrificial hall was shrouded in a dark aura. It was eerie and terrifying, and Fate Yin was very confident. He believed that even if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao with this move, he could at least severely injure Ling Xiao, so that this brat would forever remember a lesson, and that was to never provoke his woman. Everyone in the sacrificial hall thought that Ling Xiao couldn't block this attack. No Light in the Night was even prepared to save him. He only wanted to teach Ling Xiao a lesson, but he didn't want Ling Xiao to die. However, no one was optimistic about this situation. Ling Xiao suddenly drew his heavy sword. Purple aura surrounded him, making him look like a sword immortal in a purple cloud. It was like a dream. The sword was out. Purple aura from the east, a sword to the west. The powerful purple aura turned into a huge, heavy sword and stabbed toward Fate Yin. Ling Xiao thought that since he couldn't block it, he could only defend himself by attacking. As long as he wasn't killed by Fate Yin, it would be enough. That's... Dark Knight Wukong was shocked. After a while, he laughed and said, "This lad is really impressive. The master of the Purple Fairy Mountain has just died, and he is already using that old bastard's best swordsmanship. How did this kid learn the advanced Jade grade sword technique, Eastern Purple Aura Sword?" Hidden Flower also frowned. The powerful giant purple aura sword blocked Fate Yin's attack. This made Fate Yin's expression turn ugly. Fate Yin's expression was also ugly. He wanted to teach this kid a lesson, but his attack was blocked by a mere disciple of Mount 8 Immortal. If this were to spread, he would be a laughing stock. No, I can't be blocked. In that instant, Fate Yin increased his power from 50% to 80%, and his strength suddenly soared. Ling Xiao's giant purple aura sword was instantly destroyed. Then, a figure was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall of the Heaven Worship Hall. Serves you right. Fate Yin knew that he was in the wrong, but he didn't feel ashamed. He said that he would use 50% of his power, but in the end, he used 80%. He believed that no one present would dare to say that he was wrong. No one would say that he was wrong. After all, everyone here was a member of the Dark Ones. Young Patriarch, you didn't keep your word. However, just as he was thinking that, a reckless person stood up. It was Lin Yang. Their boss was beaten up. If he really lost, then there was nothing to say. However, Fate Yin had shamelessly broken his promise in front of everyone. Naturally, he had to say it out loud. That's right. You said that you would use 50% of your power, but in the end, You used 80% of your power. So the young patriarch's words are like farts? The Qingwan flower was also annoyed. Although she was not as strong as him, Ling Xiao had saved her life before. Naturally, she could not remain silent. On the battlefield, who would believe such naive promises? And Feiyan said disdainfully, "What's more, I said I used 50% of my strength, so I used 50%. What evidence do you have to say that I broke the rules? This is not a battlefield. This is the sacrificial hall. How dare you say that in front of the Dark Patriarchs? You're a disgrace to the Dark race." Lin Yang shouted. "If anything happens to our boss, I, Lin Yang, will fight to the death with the Dark race. How dare you?" And Feiyan would never allow Lin Yang to criticize him. After all, he had already defeated Ling Xiao. Even if he killed Lin Yang next, it would not be a problem. His body flashed, and he thrust his terrifying black blade at Lin Yang. However, at that moment, a sword stabbed out from behind him and pierced his lung. Even though he tried his best to dodge and barely avoided being hit in his vitals, his injuries were still not light. "Who's there?" Dark Flower leaped into the air and forced the dark figure to retreat. Then, he picked up Feiyan. "It hurts, Annie." And Feiyan howled in agony. "I'm the one who hurt him." Ling Xiao's figure emerged from the darkness. He was confident that his understanding of shadow was better than anyone else's. When Feiyan broke his promise and unleashed 80% of his power, Lin Yang knew that he would not be able to block it. Therefore, at the crucial moment, he used the Shadow Child of the Shadow Profound to create an illusion. His original plan was to dodge the attack. He did not expect Feiyan to target Lin Yang. He did not even notice Lin Yang's presence, so Lin Yang easily ambushed him. Of course, he had to admit that Feiyan's reaction was fast. If it had been an ordinary person, Lin Yang's sneak attack would have killed him. However, Feiyan was able to avoid being hit in the vitals. It was a little surprising. As for injuring Feiyan, Lin Yang was really lucky. Lin Yang had to admit that Feiyan was too strong. If Ling Xiao had not dodged the attack, he would have died a horrible death. "Kid, you're courting death." Dark Flower suddenly attacked, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was prepared to escape. He did not expect to be treated like this when he came to the Dark Tribe. How could he be happy? "Old witch, you didn't like me from the beginning. What nonsense are you spouting now? You agreed to my duel with Feiyan. 1 move per person. That kid also agreed to it. Now that he was stabbed by me, he deserved it. Since Ling Xiao had decided to turn hostile, he would not give these people any face. You think you're in the right for ambushing me?" Dark Flower said angrily. "What a joke. On the battlefield, there's no such thing as ambushing. How naive." Lin Yang said this sentence back to the people present, and Feiyan had said the same thing to him. Although the reason was different, the meaning was similar. Now, he immediately slapped him back. "Good boy, let's see how much courage you have." Dark Flower did not plan to talk nonsense with Ling Xiao. A large black hand covered the sky and covered Ling Xiao. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Bang! Dark Flower, who had flown over, flew back in the same way he had flown out. A person stood in front of Ling Xiao. This person looked very similar to No Light in the Night. "Mountain Lord." Ling Xiao looked at the person in front of him in surprise. He could not help but be overjoyed. He really did not expect Dark Knight Formless to suddenly appear. "Dark Knight Formless, what do you want?" Dark Flower's hands trembled. He was shocked. Dark Knight Formless strength made him a little afraid. "Ling Xiao is my disciple. Who dares to hurt him?" Dark Knight Formless stood there and looked coldly at Dark Flower. She said in a cold voice, "If anyone dares to harm him, don't blame me for ignoring the friendship of the same tribe." "Ha ha ha, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Dark Knight stood up with a slight smile. He looked at Dark Knight Formless and said, "2 children were sparring. Elder Dark Flower was too concerned about Feiyan, so he was a little impulsive." "Sparring? Dark Knight, you're the leader of the Dark Tribe. How can you be so shameless?" Feiyan's cultivation is at the peak of the 3rd level of Hell in the Yin-Yang realm. Ling Xiao is only at the peak of the 2nd level of Hell in the Yin-Yang realm. The difference in their cultivation is so huge, And you say it was a sparring? When I gave you the position of leader, I didn't let you become so shameless. Chapter 2400. Dark Knight Formless didn't give Nightwalker any face at all. This made everyone in the sacrificial hall uneasy. Some of them knew how powerful Dark Knight Formless was back then. Dark Knight Formless had kept a low profile in recent years. Some people even said that he had lost all his martial arts. However, from the way he sent Elder Dark Flower flying with one punch, it was clear that he was very, very strong. Who do you think you are? How dare you look down on my father? Although Infatian's lung was pierced, he was still a Yin-Yang realm warrior. Although he was in great pain, his life wasn't in danger. Therefore, he became cocky at this moment. He roared at Dark Knight Formless. Shut up! Nightwalker suddenly roared at him. Father! Slap! Nightwalker slapped Infatian's face and said angrily, I told you to shut up, so shut up. Are you not going to listen to your father? Your uncle Formless used to be the #1 warrior of the Dark Clan. He's your senior. How can you be so rude? Although he said this, he knew that although the slap hurt, it could save his son's life. Dark Knight Formless had been very cruel for a period of time. That's enough, Nightwalker. There's no need to pretend. I only have one thing to say. Ling Xiao came to the Dark Clan to learn martial arts. If he violates the rules, you can punish him. However, if I find out that someone is trying to frame him, I won't forgive them. I don't care about the Dark Clan's matters. However, Ling Xiao is my disciple. You'd better remember that. After saying this, he turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared. He left very confidently. He didn't wait for a response before leaving. He was smart enough to leave all the questions to the Dark Ones. Patriarch, Dark Knight Formless is only an elder. How dare he cause such a ruckus in the sacrificial hall? We can't let him off easily. Dark Flower suffered a loss at Dark Knight Formless' hands and naturally wanted revenge. Okay, then I'll leave the matter of dealing with Dark Knight Formless to you. I wish Elder Dark Flower victory. Nightwalker was furious. How could Dark Flower be so blind? Did he really think that he didn't want revenge? He was the patriarch of the Dark Clan. After being humiliated in front of so many people, he wanted to kill Dark Knight Formless on the spot. However, he knew that he was no match for him. Not to mention that among the 4 Doyens, No Light in the Night and Dark Knight were brothers of Dark Knight Formless. To deal with the Dark Knight, one could only do it in the dark and not in the open. When Hidden Flower heard Nightwalker's words, he sat down unhappily and glared fiercely at Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was not afraid of him at all. Men, bring the young patriarch to heal. As for the others, follow me to the altar. Nightwalker glanced at Ling Xiao and ordered. Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and the Qingwan Flower followed the crowd to the heaven worship altar. However, Ling Xiao's heart was like a surging ocean, unable to calm down for a long time. Although he was saved by Dark Knight Formless, he wasn't happy at all. Today, Dark Knight Formless could save him. What about tomorrow? And the day after tomorrow? The night was invisible, so it was impossible for it to watch over him all the time. Furthermore, he couldn't use the Butterfly Lady, Yuan Venerate, and Divine Codex too often. Therefore, he had to make the best use of his time to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible. Martialists with a cultivation base at the 5th level of the Dark Tribe were not the only ones. Even martialists with a cultivation base at the 3rd or 4th level of the Underworld could pose a great threat to him. Although they might not be able to kill him, he couldn't just keep running away, right? Furthermore, he still had friends. If he ran away, what would happen to Lin Yang and the Qingwan Flower? Strength. After entering the upper 8 Immortal Mountain, he had to work even harder to improve his strength. He couldn't slack off at all. Otherwise, he would be killed sooner or later. Furthermore, he had offended Infatian, Hidden Flower, and Nightwalker. If he wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to survive long with the protection of others. Lin Yang, you should know more about the 8 Immortal Mountain. How strong is Infatian among the younger generation of the Dark Tribe? Ling Xiao suddenly turned his head and asked Lin Yang. Hee. You asked the right person, boss. As far as I know, there are 4 geniuses in the Dark Tribe. Infatian was ranked at the very bottom. The other three are Dark Gold, Dark Underworld, and Dark Night Wuzuan. Lin Yang said excitedly. And Fate Yin is ranked last? Ling Xiao frowned. And Fate Yin's cultivation had reached the peak of the First Revolution 3rd level of Hell. He was only a step away from the First Revolution 4th level of Hell. Ling Xiao could even feel that Fate Yin was about to break through. There were actually 3 people stronger than this guy? That's right. Dark Gold's cultivation has reached the peak of the First Revolution 4th level of Hell. Dark Night Wuzuan is even stronger. His cultivation has reached the early stage of the First Revolution 5th level of Hell. He's almost among the upper echelons of the Dark Tribe. Dark Underworld's cultivation is about the same as Dark Night Wuzuan's. A few days ago, he got the opportunity to go to the Black Snake Demon Sect to further his studies. He'll probably be back soon and will be even stronger. Dark Underworld and Dark Night Wuzuan are basically existences that surpass the Elders. However, they are focused on cultivation and aren't obsessed with power. That's why they don't have positions. Lin Yang's words made Ling Xiao frown. Although these 3 geniuses might not be his enemies, they were definitely his opponents. There was no doubt about that. Moreover, these 3 geniuses were all First Revolution martial artists. It seemed that there would be more and more First Revolution martial artists in the upper 8 Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao lamented in his heart. His cultivation was enough to run amok in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain, but in the upper 8 Immortal Mountain, it was really nothing. He wasn't at the bottom, but compared to the geniuses in the upper 8 Immortal Mountain, he could only be considered trash. Very good. With such opponents, my determination to continue to advance will be even more stimulated. Ling Xiao's fighting spirit was not extinguished by Lin Yang's words. Instead, it became even more exuberant. He had walked from the Tianfeng city of the past to where he was today by relying on his hard work step by step. Now, he was just continuing to work hard. One had to know that his real age was only 18 years old. And after entering the samsara, he was even younger. Boy, now you know fear, right? I also have to tell you a very unfortunate news. Dark Gold and Dark Underworld are the elder brothers of Fate Yin. Although they are not blood-related, they are only the adopted sons of the Dark Knight tribe's leader. However, they are very protective of Fate Yin. If you let them know that you stabbed Fate Yin, you can imagine what will happen to you. Hurry up and acknowledge me as your adopted father. Otherwise, you're dead meat. No Light in the Night had become even more obsessed with Ling Xiao ever since the previous exchange of pointers ended. He had always wanted Ling Xiao to become his adopted son. I've already said that I won't acknowledge them. Although Dark Gold and Dark Underworld are strong, I don't even put that old witch Dark Flower in my eyes. These 2 are nothing. Chapter 2401. Fine, fine, but don't regret it later. No Light in the Night sneered. You're lucky today. Those 3 geniuses from the Dark Ones are all out training. Otherwise, how many times could Nocturnal Formless have saved you? With that, he sped up his pace and left. Sometimes, he felt that he was despicable. The more others rejected him, the more he wanted to adopt him. Moreover, Ling Xiao's performance had indeed made him like him more and more. Although he had rejected No Light in the Night, Ling Xiao still felt some pressure. Fate Yin was already difficult to deal with, let alone the other 3. He also believed that there were other geniuses like them in the 8 great families, especially the Sand, Snake, and Sword clans, who were on equal footing with the Dark Ones. He didn't need to think to know that they were no weaker than the Dark Ones. Boss, you don't need to care too much about what that old man says. Once you enter the Dark Ones, even if you're an outsider, you'll still find some good opportunities. Of course, they're also a test. Once you pass them, you'll gain great benefits just like we did on the 8 Immortals Mountain. Lin Yang was a member of the Lin family. The Lin family had many disciples on the 8 Immortals Mountain. He knew a lot of things that Ling Xiao didn't. I understand. Ling Xiao nodded. Let's work hard together. Yes, let's work hard together. Lin Yang and Qingluan knew that they weren't as talented as Ling Xiao, but they didn't want to fall behind. They just wanted to keep up with Ling Xiao's footsteps. At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. This was because an extremely strange aura had suddenly appeared in front of him, causing the 12 divine beasts' god positions in his body to become slightly agitated. The martial spirit of the Son of God emitted a strange power that seemed to resonate with the aura in front of him. Is that the Dark One's heaven altar? Ling Xiao looked ahead. The heaven sacrificial altar was indeed worthy of being called the heaven sacrificial altar. It stood there like a huge pagoda that pierced through the sky. The heaven sacrificial altar was dozens of levels high, and its surroundings were made of gold and special metals. It looked very luxurious. However, this was not the main point. The key point was that the power that resonated with the 12 divine beasts' divine positions came from the heaven sacrificial altar. What was it? Although Ling Xiao didn't know what it was, he believed that it was definitely something good. Most likely, it was a treasure from the Black Tortoise mainland. He stepped into the heaven-worshipping altar. That power became clearer and more active. Ling Xiao even felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough because of this power. Although he had just broken through to the first revolution in Yang Realm's second level, Hell Peak. However, after exchanging blows with several experts during this period of time, the potential within his body had been constantly stimulated. The power that had once been hidden in his body was also stimulated. He didn't seem to be deliberately cultivating, but in reality, his cultivation was constantly improving. This made Ling Xiao very pleased. He decided that he had to find a way to get his hands on the heaven sacrificial altar's treasure. He was certain that it was the dark race's supreme treasure, the Shadow Black Gourd. Although the name didn't sound like much, the Shadow Black Gourd was a divine-grade spirit artifact. It would be of great help to Ling Xiao. It might even be able to increase his cultivation significantly. However, he didn't dare covet it. He had to wait for an opportunity. He calmed himself down as much as possible. Under the Dark Race's leadership, they worshipped their ancestors at the heaven sacrificial altar. With that, the ceremony was over. Ling Xiao's thoughts were simple. If the Dark Race treated him with sincerity, he would treat them with sincerity and make them the strongest clan on 8 Immortal Mountain. However, if they didn't treat him well, he wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Although he could be cunning at times, he was a simple and straightforward person. He would treat anyone who treated him well. He would return the favor 100 times, 1,000 times over. After half an hour, the ceremony finally came to an end. Nightwalker looked at the 10 Dark Race experts and said, "You are all qualified to adopt children. These 3 have already worshipped their ancestors and become members of the Dark Race. However, if they wish to join us, they will need your approval. Let's begin. Whoever you take a fancy to will be accepted as an adopted son or daughter. That person will be accepted into the inner race." Nightwalker's words were met with a deathly stillness. In truth, many of them had taken a fancy to Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao had offended Elder Darkflower and injured young Patriarch and Fate Yin, who wouldn't be wise enough to openly make an enemy out of the Patriarch and Elder. No Light in the Night wanted to adopt Ling Xiao, but he knew that now wasn't the time. He'd only be rejected if he brought it up, so he didn't say anything. I don't think you need to waste your time, big brother. Those 3 pieces of trash should be thanking the heavens if they can become outer members of the Dark Race. Inner members? Impossible. Elder Darkflower snorted coldly. Forget it. Since no one has taken a fancy to any of you, you'll all be outer members of the Dark Race from now on. Outer members will have to do some chores. I hope you remember that. Nightwalker's eyes flashed with a cold sneer as he spoke. How dare they offend him after joining the Dark Race? They really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Although he wouldn't go so far as to kill them, he could still give them a hard time. Nightwalker was right when he said he was narrow-minded. How could he just sit back and do nothing when they'd hurt his son? That's enough. Outer members like you don't have the right to stay at the altar. You may return to your residence now. Someone will assign you tasks and chores. Nightwalker smiled. But don't be discouraged. If you want to become an inner member without acknowledging an inner member as your father or mother, there's no need to be discouraged. There's another way. What is it? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. It was better to become an inner member, but he wanted to do it on his own. He didn't want to rely on others. It's simple. All you need to do is gain the approval of the Umbra Gourd and learn a martial art or secret art from it. Nightwalker smiled. When he said this, many people around him laughed. Ling Xiao could tell that those people's smiles were mocking. No Light in the Night couldn't help but say, "Patriarch, why are you bullying 3 children? The gourd is the most precious treasure of the dark race. It's harder than ascending to heaven to get a chance to communicate with it. All inner members can do it, but only one outer member gets the chance every year." Chapter 2402. No Light in the Night continued. One of the 2 geniuses who comprehended martial arts or secret techniques from the gourd is An Ming. He obtained a high-tier Jade grade martial art. This martial art is close to the peak Jade grade martial art. It can be said to be the strongest Jade grade martial art. The other one is Dark Knight Wu Zun. He obtained a high-tier Jade grade secret technique. It's also the strongest Jade grade secret technique. Even if they're both high-tier martial arts and secret techniques, they can be divided into inferior, ordinary, good, outstanding, and supreme. What Dark World and Dark Knight Wu Zun obtained were the best of the best. Do you think these 3 people can compare to those 2 geniuses? You have to know that even a dark gold expert couldn't get anything from the Shadow Black Gourd. Isn't that Ling Xiao a genius? Isn't he very confident? Isn't this a simple matter for him? Dark Knight looked at Ling Xiao and said, "What do you think?" "You're right, Patriarch. Ling Xiao will definitely be qualified to touch the gourd. At the same time, he'll be able to comprehend martial arts or secret techniques that aren't inferior to those 2 geniuses. How could Ling Xiao lower his head after being provoked like this? Moreover, his confidence had long since become incomparably strong after numerous life and death challenges. He didn't care about the geniuses of 8 Immortal Mountain. Even now, there were still many Dark Ones who were stronger than him. In his eyes, there were only 4 people in the same generation as him, and Fate Yin, and Jean, and Ming, and Dark Knight Wu Zun. What an arrogant tone. I'm afraid you won't even be qualified to touch the gourd in the end. Dark Flower sneered. You should know that there's only one qualification every year. Oh, right. This qualification will be decided in half a month. There won't be any special competition. Instead, they'll directly choose the number 1 outer race disciple. Do you think you can do it? Become the number 1 outer race disciple in half a month? Why not? Ling Xiao looked at Dark Flower and said, "Maybe you've seen mediocre people who think it's impossible, but I can do it." Good boy. You're going to be arrogant. You're going to suffer. Those outsiders wouldn't give up their rankings so easily. There are more than 1,000 of them from the 8 Immortal Mountains. The 3 of you are at the bottom of the list. Hidden Flower sneered. There's no need for Senior Elder to worry about that. Ling Xiao nodded and saluted Nightwalker and the others. He then left with Lin Yang and the Qingwan Flower. Patriarch, you really know how to bully people. That Ling Xiao just joined the Dark Ones, and he's already trying to get the right to touch the gourd. Suimo, who is ranked first among the outer clans, will not agree. That kid is going to suffer. Hidden Flower said with a smile after Ling Xiao left. Sister, you can't say that. Ling Xiao is a good kid, but he's a little too flamboyant. This time, he was lucky enough to injure not heaven. I'm sure he'll be even more complacent. If no one can teach him a lesson, I'm afraid he'll soar into the sky. Nightwalker's words were dignified, but there was a hint of coldness in the corners of his eyes. Just now, the Dark Ones, especially the outsiders, had been beaten to death, beaten to the point of losing their confidence, and forced to return to their original mountains. That was something that had happened before. He didn't like Ling Xiao, so he wanted to borrow the hands of the outsiders to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. After returning to his residence, Ling Xiao separated from Lin Yang and the Qingwan Flower. From now on, they would each have their own life of cultivation. Although they would often be together, Ling Xiao would probably have more time to cultivate alone. He tidied up the small wooden house. The environment wasn't bad. Although it couldn't compare to the inner clan's residence, it was still surrounded by beautiful scenery. The only troublesome thing was that he had to do chores. But now, Ling Xiao was too lazy to think about those things. He set up a formation around the small wooden house. This had become a habit of his. After all, it was best not to let outsiders know about some of the things he wanted to cultivate. Otherwise, there would be trouble. As soon as he finished setting up, Lin Yang and the Qingwan Flower came looking for him. Boss, I heard that as long as you're a dark one, even if you're an outsider, you're entitled to a high-tier Jade grade martial arts skill. Although it's a low-tier one, it's still better than a mid-tier one. If you can pass the test of the outsiders, you'll get a high-tier Jade grade martial arts skill. It'll be a good one, or even an outstanding one. Anyway, it's a waste to not take it. Let's go to the Dark Tower. That's where you can get a high-tier Jade grade martial arts skill. Lin Yang said a lot of things in one breath, but Ling Xiao understood what he meant. To put it bluntly, this was the benefit of entering the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. A mere low-grade, high-grade martial skill can make you so happy. You should know that if you're an inner disciple, you'll be able to get a high-tier Jade grade martial arts skill. If you perform well, it won't be hard to get a high-tier martial arts skill. No light in the night appeared outside Ling Xiao's wooden house again. This guy is really haunting me. Every word he said was full of sarcasm. He wanted Ling Xiao to understand the benefits of being an inner disciple. Thank you for your reminder, Grand Elder No Light in the Night. Unfortunately, we're just outsiders. We'll get a better martial arts skill through our own methods, Ling Xiao said respectfully. Although No Light in the Night was really annoying, Ling Xiao was still indebted to him. So, he wouldn't treat No Light in the Night as directly as he treated Hidden Flower. Kid, I know you don't believe me, but you have to understand that you've injured in Fate Yin. That kid will be able to reach the 4th level of Hell in a month at the latest. At that time, the gap between you and him will be even bigger. Without my help, you'll never be able to catch up to him. No Light in the Night reminded him, that kid is an Yinxing's son. He has the best martial arts skills and countless treasures. I'll say something you don't like to hear, but you're no different from a beggar in front of him. Although that kid didn't learn anything useful from the Shadow Blackboard, an Yinxing and Hidden Flower both love him. So, his martial arts skills, movement skills, and body refinement skills are all top-tier Jade grade martial arts skills. What do you have to compete with him? He has so many good things, but he's ranked last among the 4 geniuses. Grand Elder, do you think I need to be afraid of trash like him? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. After hearing No Light in the Night's words, Ling Xiao didn't fear in Fate Yin at all. Instead, he despised him even more. He had such good conditions, but he only cultivated to such a level. He probably wasted all his cultivation time chasing girls. Kid, you're so stubborn. If you don't listen to your elders, you'll suffer. You'll regret it. No Light in the Night said so much just to make Ling Xiao feel afraid and helpless so that he could help. Chapter 2403. Ignoring No Light in the Night's sarcasm, Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and Qingwan Hua arrived at the Dark Tower. Strictly speaking, the Dark Tower was a branch of the Hall of Good and Evil in the Dark Tribe, but it had changed its name. Aside from the martial arts manuals, there were also some other things. The one in charge of the Dark Tower was Yi Wuliang, the elder brother of No Light in the Night and Yi Wuwu. Ling Xiao didn't know much about this person, nor did he offend him, so their relationship was quite normal. But he was only here to get the martial arts manuals he needed, so he didn't care. Of course, it wasn't Yi Wuliang who welcomed them. As an elder, he couldn't do everything himself, especially when Ling Xiao and the other 2 were just outer tribe disciples. The man standing in front of them was a deacon of the Dark Tower. After asking Ling Xiao and the other 2's intentions, he said, "You 3 have 2 choices. One was to take away a set of low-grade Jade grade martial skills. You don't have to take any tests. The other is to help the Dark Tower complete a task, and then the difficulty of the task and the degree of completion will determine what high-grade Jade rank martial arts manual you will get." What if we can't complete the task? Lin Yang asked. If you can't complete the task, you will lose this precious opportunity, and you won't even get a low-grade Jade rank martial arts manual. The deacon replied, Then I'll just take it. Lin Yang was well aware of the difficulty of this mission. He knew that he wouldn't be able to complete it, so rather than getting nothing, he might as well get a low-grade high-tier Jade grade martial skill first. He could exchange for it when his strength increased. I want to take a task. Is there a top-grade task? Ling Xiao thought that since he was going to learn, he should learn a top-grade Jade rank martial arts manual. After all, it would be a waste of time to change martial arts manuals. Of course there is, but are you sure you want to take it? I'm afraid among the dark tribe, only in Ming and Yiwuzuan can complete the task. The deacon asked coldly. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment. If he could not obtain the best, he would rather not have it. In any case, he already had the Eastern Purple Chi Sword. This Eastern Purple Chi Sword was an excellent high-grade Jade-grade martial skill. The Thunderstorm skill and the Lava Storm were both outstanding high-level Jade-grade secret skills. If he could upgrade his Lava Battle Body and Thunder Battle Body to a higher level, the quality of these two secret skills would also increase. Therefore, inferior products were meaningless to him. If you want to fight, then fight for the best. Even if he failed, it didn't matter. I'm sure. Ling Xiao nodded. All right, take the mission. You have 3 days to complete the mission. If you exceed the time limit, even if it's a minute or a second, the mission will be considered a failure. The deacon took out the mission card and gave it to Ling Xiao. Then, she looked at the Qinghuan flowers. Qinghuan flower also chose to accept the quest, but she chose a good level quest, which was much easier than Ling Xiao's. After all, she was a samsara warrior who had entered the secular world. She was more experienced than Lin Yang, so her success rate in completing the task would be higher than Lin Yang's. Such a choice was very reasonable. After accepting the mission, the three separated again. Lin Yang went back to cultivate. Qinghuan Flower and Ling Xiao went to their respective destinations to complete their own missions. This was not the first time Ling Xiao stepped out of the Eight Immortals Mountain, but this time, he walked a long distance. According to the map, he came to a desert hundreds of miles away from the Eight Immortals County. In this vast desert, there was an inn. Ling Xiao was sitting in the inn, resting, eating meat and drinking wine. Waiter, take these spiritual stones. I want to ask you something. He casually put 100 low-grade spiritual stones on the table as a tip to the waiter. 100 low-grade spiritual stones were nothing to Ling Xiao. However, it should be known that just these 100 low-grade spirit stones were enough for an ordinary family to use for a very long time. After all, an ordinary family's monthly living expenses were only 500 or 600 low-grade spiritual stones. The waiter took the spiritual stones and said respectfully, "Young hero, as long as it is something I know, I will tell you everything. Have you heard of the White Wolf County?" Ling Xiao asked. Hearing these 4 words, the waiter trembled and said in a low voice, "Young hero, why do you want to know about the White Wolf County?" "To kill the Black Wolf soldiers." Ling Xiao did not hide it. The shop assistant sucked in a breath of cold air, but he still said, "White Wolf City was destroyed 3 years ago. It was a city that was not inferior to the Eight Immortals County. But 3 years ago, a troop of Black Wolf soldiers came out of nowhere and massacred the entire White Wolf City in one night. Even a few sects in the White Wolf City disappeared without a trace. It was said that the Black Wolf soldiers were not human, but monsters that could transform into human form. If you really want to go to that place, I suggest you give up. It is definitely not a good place. If you are not careful, you will lose your life." "Oh, do you think I am not strong enough?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. The waiter laughed and said, "I don't know how strong you are, but the White Wolf County is now the Black Wolf Soldiers' base. The leader of the Black Wolf Soldiers, also known as the Black Wolf General, is a martial artist at the later stage of the 3rd level of Hell in the Yin Yang realm. According to some people, the Black Wolf General may be related to a force in the Eight Immortals County. Of course, this may be a rumor, but his strength is undeniable. The later stage of the 3rd level of Hell in the Yin Yang realm is only slightly weaker than in Fate Yin. It seems that he is the best opponent for me to practice my skills." A smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. His opponent wasn't in existence that he absolutely couldn't fight. This was indeed good news for him. He was eager to increase his cultivation, so he might have to fight the Black Wolf General. The Black Wolf General was not as strong as the Mount Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain, but Ling Xiao defeated the Mount Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain with the help of the Butterfly Lady. It was not a satisfying victory for him. Therefore, he planned to defeat the Black Wolf General with his own strength. "Here's your reward." Ling Xiao threw the waiter another 100 lower-grade spiritual stones, then left the inn and sped towards the White Wolf County. Sai, another reckless person. I advised him with good intentions, but he did not listen. The waiter shook his head, took the reward, and continued with his work. Ling Xiao did not know that the waiter had already judged his fate. He sped through the desert for almost an hour and finally arrived at the outskirts of the White Wolf County. Most of the White Wolf County was covered by the desert, but he could faintly see a huge white wolf statue above the city gate. It looked very majestic. It even contained a very strong mental strength. Chapter 2404. Ling Xiao believed that if he entered the White Wolf County city directly, he would be discovered by the Black Wolf soldiers. But now that he was alone, he could use the martial arts that he had learned in the past. His figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. Activating the shadow steps and shadow body, he floated into the White Wolf County city like a ghost. The mission this time was to eliminate the Black Wolf soldiers, and the mission could only be carried out by one person. If it was a head-on battle, Ling Xiao felt that it was basically impossible for him to win. With his strength, he would probably be played to death. But to complete this mission, he only needed to capture the leader first. As soon as he entered, he saw the leader of the Black Wolf soldiers cultivating there. He did not know how high the leader's level was, but he was very strong. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd level of hell, but he was much stronger than the desert cloud. He released a terrifying murderous aura that could stop a child from crying. This person's body was covered with black hair, and his figure was more like a black wolf. So the legend that the Black Wolf soldiers are a group of demons is not a rumor, Ling Xiao thought to himself. Suddenly, the Black Wolf soldier's face changed, and he clawed at Ling Xiao's location. Who is it? Come out. This Black Wolf was indeed a black wolf. His sense of smell was so sensitive that even Ling Xiao's shadow steps could not deceive him. When he got too close, he was detected by him. That voice was filled with a chilling aura. The sharp claws clawed at him, releasing a black claw print. Black Wolf Heart Gouging Claw. The name of this martial skill was extremely tacky, but Ling Xiao did not dare to underestimate it. Because this Black Wolf Heart Gouging Claw was actually a good high-tier Jade grade martial skill. It seemed that the Black Wolf soldier's strength was not without reason. This Black Wolf soldier's leader should not be a Black Wolf general. However, they were already able to cultivate to a high-grade Jade grade martial skill. Ling Xiao would never believe that there was no one supporting them from behind. The terrifying wolf claw completely covered Ling Xiao and wanted to tear Ling Xiao apart. But unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not move. He only raised his hand, and a black shadow cone pierced through the air and hit the wolf claw. It actually destroyed the wolf claw instantly. At this moment, Ling Xiao did not want to use the martial skill of the 8 Immortal Mountain, as he was afraid that his identity would be exposed and bring trouble to himself. Ling Xiao's move, the Black Wolf soldier's leader. This move of his was the consummate skill that had made him famous. Even if it couldn't kill his opponent in one move, it should at least have some effect. However, what shocked him the most was that when he released this move, it actually had no effect at all. How could he not be shocked when his opponent easily disintegrated his attack? Sir, who are you? The Black Wolf soldier's claw print soldier's claw claw is claw print claw. You don't need to know who I am. If you want to live, tell me, where's your Black Wolf general? Also, where are the treasures that you have plundered for so many years? Ling Xiao went straight to the point. Killing the Black Wolf general was the core of the mission. Obtaining the treasures was his own wish. He needed spiritual stones and all kinds of treasures, as much as he could get. No one would complain about having too many of those things. Ling Xiao had thought of using his soul power to search for the Black Wolf general's whereabouts and the treasures at the same time. But he did not succeed. There seemed to be some kind of restriction in the White Wolf County that affected the effect of his soul power, causing the search area to be greatly reduced. That was why he did not attack immediately, but asked this person. What a joke. Do you think I will tell you? The Black Wolf soldier sneered. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you blocked my move. This is the White Wolf County, the nest of the Black Wolf soldiers. Since you are here, don't think that you can leave alive. So, you are not willing to tell me? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows slightly. Not only will I not tell you, I will also kill you. After saying this, the shadow of a wolf suddenly appeared behind Ling Xiao. This wolf shadow was about the same size as an ordinary black wolf, but it was an illusion. Furthermore, it was filled with terrifying destructive power. Like a real wolf, it wanted to tear Ling Xiao's body apart. Petty tricks. Ling Xiao sneered and remained motionless. Suddenly, a shocking bolt of lightning shot out from his body. The wolf shadow was shattered. Of course, he was using the thunder and lightning battle body. Since the other party was about to die, he didn't care if he was exposed or not. Are you Ling Xiao from the Eight Immortals Mountain? The leader of the Black Wolf soldiers suddenly said. Oh, you actually know me? Of course I know, an arrogant and ignorant brat. It just so happens that someone wants your life. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. The leader of the Black Wolf soldiers sneered. Who wants my life? Ling Xiao said with a frown. You don't need to know. Anyway, you will die soon. A dead man doesn't need to know so many things. The leader of the Black Wolf soldiers laughed as if he had picked up a treasure. As long as I kill you, I can leave this damned White Wolf County city and get rid of this damned curse. I can return to where I belong. You want to kill me? Haha, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so. As Ling Xiao spoke, he suddenly stabbed out with his sword. The sword technique that was like starlight pierced through the air and emitted a dazzling light in the void. It was like a falling star. It was going to destroy everything in the place where it fell. Advanced Demon Wolf Battle Body. The leader of the Black Wolf soldiers roared and his body suddenly became a lot bigger. The black fur on his body also grew to about 1 foot long. Each of them was as thin and hard as steel needles. Not only that, his body was also as fierce as a werewolf. The Advanced Demon Wolf Battle Body was considered quite a powerful battle body. In particular, its defense was extremely high. However, it was a pity that the current Ling Xiao was no longer the same as before. After the battle with the Mount Purple Fairy Mountain Master, his cultivation level had increased and the power of all his moves had increased tremendously. The sword easily pierced through the steel needles and pierced through the body of the leader of the Black Wolf soldiers. The heavy sword released a ferocious power of thunder and lightning, immobilizing the leader of the Black Wolf soldiers. He could only look at Ling Xiao in horror. It was just one move. Moreover, it was a mid-tier Jade-grade martial skill. He had easily injured the leader of the Black Wolf soldiers and captured him alive. This was Ling Xiao's great improvement. Now, your life is in my hands. It's up to you whether you want to talk or not. Although he said it casually, the heavy sword contained a strong power of thunder and lightning. It was wreaking havoc in the body of the leader of the Black Wolf soldiers. It destroyed the leader's limbs and bones, causing him so much pain that he wished he was dead. The needle-like black fur on the leader of the Black Wolf soldiers gradually disappeared, and he returned to his original appearance. He was a middle-aged man in his 30s. This man knew very well that not only was his life in Ling Xiao's hands, but Ling Xiao also controlled his cultivation level. Chapter 2405. Let me go. I'll tell you everything you want to know. The leader of the Black Wolf soldiers finally began to beg for mercy. No one wanted to die. It was just that some people were more tolerant while others were more cowardly. Very well. Answer my first question. Who asked you to deal with me? Ling Xiao asked coldly. Serene of the Sand Clan. The leader of the Black Wolf soldiers replied. Second question. Where is the Black Wolf General? The Black Wolf General is under the treasury of the White Wolf County City. There's a secret room there where he is cultivating. The treasures you need are also there. The leader of the Black Wolf soldiers answered Ling Xiao's questions without hesitation. He did not want to die. Very well. You can go to hell now. Ling Xiao's heavy sword suddenly emitted a terrifying destructive force. Don't blame me. Your answers to the last two questions are very good. However, you lied to me about the first question. You know that Serene and I are enemies, so you said that he asked you to kill me. In fact, that's not the case. I'll talk. The leader of the Black Wolf soldiers did not expect Ling Xiao to discover his lie. He was scared out of his wits. No need. Since you lied, you deserve to die. Ling Xiao did not show any mercy and ended the life of the leader of the Black Wolf soldiers. What surprised him was that there was a demon core in this guy's body. It seemed that the rumors were true. These black wolf soldiers were not normal humans. This demon core was not the same as ordinary demon cores. There were special inscriptions flowing on it. He is indeed cursed. However, so what if he is cursed? Others may not be able to use the cursed demon core. However, to me, Ling Xiao, this thing is a treasure for refining elixirs. It seems that I will be able to break through to the 3rd level of hell soon. Ling Xiao was happy. He was no longer in a hurry to find the Black Wolf General. Instead, he sat in the pitch-black demonic water where the leader of the Black Wolf soldiers was. This kind of water must have been made by the Black Wolf soldiers for their cultivation. Only the leaders of the upper echelons were qualified to use it. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was basking in his glory. Sitting in the demonic water, he began to concoct pills. He refined the cursed demon core into an unusual pill. Strange pills had no grades. It also didn't have a fixed effect. It was just a pill that could increase the cultivation effects of demon cores or special materials. Eating this strange pill was more effective than directly swallowing the cursed demon core. In that instant, the power of the curse was disintegrated by the tyrannical martial spirit. The power of the demon water was also being continuously extracted by the power of the curse. Ling Xiao's body began to change constantly. Sometimes, he would take on the appearance of a black wolf, and other times, he would return to normal. This repeated for nearly an hour. Ling Xiao opened his eyes. Although he had yet to break through, he could feel that he had accumulated 100% of his strength. Breaking through only required a fierce battle. Next, it was time for him to find that Black Wolf General and have a great battle. Perhaps he would gain more benefits if he made a breakthrough in battle. Once again, Ling Xiao activated his Dark Shadow Steps and entered the desolate White Wolf County city. As long as he didn't go near someone as strong as the leader of the Black Wolf soldiers, Ling Xiao was not afraid of being discovered. Even if those ordinary warriors of the Black Wolf soldiers saw him pass by, they would just treat it as a gust of wind. After a while, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the location of the treasury of the White Wolf County city. Along the way, there were countless traps and mechanisms. However, he had the Tai Chi Eye. These things posed no threat to him at all. Hence, he was not afraid at all. Just as he arrived outside the treasury, he could clearly feel a strong, evil force seeping out from underground. Ling Xiao was sure that the Black Wolf General must be below. A look of excitement appeared on his face. Then, it disappeared. At this moment, another group of people arrived outside the White Wolf County city. The leader of this group was none other than Sha Diao. The rest should be warriors of the Sand Tribe. Is the news accurate? Ling Xiao has entered the White Wolf County city? Sha Diao looked at the city that was almost covered by the desert and asked coldly. The person he was asking was none other than Bai Yin, who was ranked 3rd among the Dark Tribe. Bai Yin's cultivation was not as high as Sha Diao's. She was only at the peak of the 3rd level of hell. She was not a reincarnation realm warrior. When he learned that Ling Xiao was trying to compete with him for the right to comprehend the Shadow Black Gourd, he already had the idea of colluding with the Sand Tribe. He knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao. Although he had entered the Upper 8 Immortals Mountain earlier, his cultivation was only at the level of Desert Cloud. He was already annoyed that there were 2 people above him. Now, there was also Ling Xiao. How could he bear it? Hence, even if Ling Xiao did not die, he must be chased back to the Black Immortal Mountain. He could not compete with him. Don't worry, young Master Sha Diao. I risked my life to come with you. If I didn't have accurate news, do you think I would dare to come? Bai Yin said with a smile. That's good. You must guard the only exit of the White Wolf City. You must not let Ling Xiao escape. If you find him, inform me immediately using the Soul Lock token. I must kill him this time. Sha Diao's hatred for Ling Xiao was too deep. Although he had sworn not to attack Ling Xiao on the Black Immortal Mountain, he would die tragically if he did. But he still did not want Ling Xiao to live. Ling Xiao had left the 8 Immortals Mountain to come to the White Wolf City. It was an excellent opportunity. Don't attack first. It won't be too late to attack after Ling Xiao comes out. Sha Diao had failed to kill Ling Xiao many times. Hence, he had become very cautious. He would not attack the Black Wolf soldiers in the White Wolf City first, although those people were not worth mentioning in his eyes. But he still wanted to conserve his strength and go all out to deal with Ling Xiao. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could make a breakthrough in such a short time. If that was the case, wouldn't he be a real monster? At this moment, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the underground of the treasury. The underground secret room of the treasury was filled with traps and mechanisms. However, Ling Xiao, who had the Tai Chi Eye, did not touch any of the traps and easily arrived at the bottom. If it were someone else with the same cultivation level as him, he would have died on the way. That was because the traps and mechanisms displayed terrifying power in his Tai Chi Eye's deduction. Every attack could seriously injure or even kill a martial artist at the third level of hell in the first transformation Yin-Yang realm. And Ling Xiao was only at the peak of hell in the first transformation Yin-Yang realm. He would not be able to withstand a head-on attack. There was also a formation. Although there were many flaws, if one did not know how to break the formation, it would take 1 or 2 years for an ordinary person to break it. Ling Xiao was different. He was good at breaking formations. This was very simple for him. After stepping into the underground secret room, there were 2 paths. One led to the cultivation place of the Black Wolf General. Chapter 2406. He was not in a hurry to deal with the Black Wolf General. That guy was cultivating anyway. He could make it later. Ling Xiao chose the path that led to the treasure cave. Perhaps he could find some key items in the treasure cave that would allow him to break through. Along the way, he would encounter a lot of danger. However, it was nothing to Ling Xiao. In this huge secret chamber, there were a lot of spirit stones, a large number of low-grade and middle-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao roughly calculated that the total number of low-grade spirit stones here was close to 500 million. There were also 4 to 5 million middle-grade spirit stones. He was dumbfounded by so many spirit stones. He did not have such high expectations at first, so at this moment, it was inevitable that he was excited. He was even stunned for a while. It's fortunate that I have a large enough storage ring. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to fit all of these things. Ling Xiao smiled and waved his hand. The large number of low-grade and middle-grade spirit stones were all kept in his storage ring. 1 million middle-grade spirit stones were given to the butterfly girl as snacks. The butterfly girl liked spirit stones. This was especially true for high-quality spirit stones. It was not easy to raise this little guy. However, it could save her life at a critical moment. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not feel that it was a pity at all. 1 million middle-grade spirit stones was enough for the butterfly girl to eat for a year and a half. After keeping the spirit stones, Ling Xiao continued to walk forward. He found a large number of pills. The quality of these pills was not bad, but Ling Xiao did not care for them, because the quality of the pills he refined was much better than these. However, he would not miss out on so many pills. He still took them all. After he went back and refined them, he could extract useful materials from them. They would definitely be useful for refining pills in the future. In any case, as long as there was enough space, Ling Xiao would not reject anyone. He kept these things and continued to move forward. He saw a gourd hanging on the roof that was emitting a golden light. There was nothing special about the gourd. It could guarantee the effect of the pills. As for the medicinal pills inside, they were extremely powerful. It's the Yin-Yang Breakthrough Pill. Ling Xiao's face was filled with joy. The Yin-Yang Breakthrough Realm Pill, as the name suggested, was a pill that could help a Yin-Yang Realm martial artist break through. 1 Yin-Yang Breakthrough Realm Pill could allow a martial artist at the pinnacle of the first level of hell to easily break through to the second level of hell. 2 pills could allow a martial artist at the peak of the second layer of hell to break through to the third layer of hell. 4 of them could allow a cultivator at the peak of the third layer of hell to easily break through to the fourth layer of hell. So on and so forth. The amount of medicinal pills required for each breakthrough would increase by double. And this was only what ordinary warriors needed. If a first transition martial artist wanted to break through from the first layer of hell to the second layer, the amount of Yin-Yang Breakthrough Pill required would be doubled. In other words, he needed 2 of them. The logic was the same. Although Ling Xiao could also refine the Yin-Yang Breaking Cultivation Pill, the ingredients were hard to find. Therefore, he had never used it after entering the samsara. Inside the gourd, There were actually 10 Yin-Yang breakthrough realm pills. This meant that if Ling Xiao's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the third layer of hell, he could use these pills to break through to the fourth layer of hell. There should be 2 Yin-Yang breakthrough realm pills left. These 2 pills were useless to Ling Xiao anyway, so he planned to give them to Lin Yang. With these pills, Lin Yang should be able to break through to the third layer of hell in one go. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. Looks like I really have to speed up my breakthrough to the third layer of hell. As long as I can reach the pinnacle of the third layer of hell, the rest of the journey will be very easy. Ling Xiao kept the gourd and continued walking forward. He wanted to know what other treasures there were in this treasure cave. As he walked further in, there were no more medicinal pills. Instead, there were large amounts of divine weapons and various martial arts manuals. It was a pity that the best of these martial arts manuals were only high-grade jade-grade martial skills, so they weren't very attractive to Ling Xiao. Why don't I bring them back and give them to my friends? Only when my friends are strong can they help me more. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao decided to keep all the martial arts techniques and weapons. The worst weapon was a premium-grade spiritual weapon. The best one was an immortal-grade spiritual weapon. Unfortunately, it was a saber and not a sword. It wasn't very useful to Ling Xiao. However, if he brought it back to exchange for contribution points, he should be able to exchange it for a lot. What's that? Ling Xiao's gaze was suddenly attracted by a huge brocade on the ground. On the brocade, there was a scene of a black-clothed man holding a long sword and fighting with a demon. The man holding the long sword was obviously very strong. His body was constantly releasing a special energy wave and glow. Ling Xiao didn't understand what was going on at first. However, after taking a closer look, he realized that the black-clothed swordsman was actually made of dragon tendons. Those were real dragon tendons. Every single one of them released the power of a dragon. It was terrifying. The eyes of the black-clothed swordsman were actually made of the demon core of a demonic beast. The level of this demonic beast was actually at the level of no light in the night. The sword in the black-clothed swordsman's hand was made of the rib of a white tiger. It was perfectly combined with the brocade. This made the black-clothed swordsman extremely strong. At least 108 dragon tendons, 108 white tiger rib bones, in addition to the powerful crystal core of a demonic beast, as well as other rare materials, this shocking brocade was created. The demon wasn't weak either. The demon was made of the skin and bones of the heavenly demon. It was extremely vivid. Upon closer look, the pattern drawn on the brocade actually contained the mysteries of a formation. Could this be a magic treasure? A magic treasure that's definitely not weaker than the Umbra Black Gourd? Ling Xiao made a judgment in his heart. He then focused on breaking the formation and took the brocade from the ground. Just as he was about to put it into his storage ring and continue searching for treasures, a strong wind suddenly attacked. Ling Xiao knew that the Black Wolf General had finally found out that he had touched the treasure cave. That was why he had charged out. The Black Wolf General's sneak attack was extremely powerful. Ling Xiao used the light flash technique to dodge and barely avoided the attack. The many treasures behind him were all destroyed by the Black Wolf General's claws. What a bastard! You actually sneaked into this general's treasure cave to steal things. It's fine if you took the other things, but you even tried to touch my dark sword deity diagram. This thing, my master worked hard to refine for a full 500 years before he finally succeeded. This general risked the infamy of killing my master to get it. You want to take it away? The Black Wolf General was also a little surprised that he couldn't kill Ling Xiao in one move. Moreover, Ling Xiao felt that this guy's cultivation wasn't at the late stage of the first transformation 3 levels of hell. He was at the peak of the first transformation 3 levels of hell. Chapter 2407. If Ling Xiao wanted to defeat the Black Wolf General, he would have to make a breakthrough or borrow other powers. Since it's in my hands, it's mine. Anyway, you didn't get it properly. After hearing the Black Wolf General's words, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't return the treasure. You're courting death. The Black Wolf General suddenly roared. His voice was so loud that it shattered the surrounding boxes. Many treasures that Ling Xiao didn't have time to take away were also shattered. This power was really terrifying. It was as strong as the blue waves of the ocean. As long as one was hit, one would definitely die. A Yin-Yang Realm Level 3 martial artist in the First Revolution was indeed extraordinary. More importantly, every martial technique that this guy used was purer than the Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master. Steel Armored Bull Demon Martial Soul Transformation. Advanced Lightning Combat Body. Advanced Lava Combat Body. Faced with the Black Wolf General's second attack, Ling Xiao naturally couldn't retreat. Since his opponent cared so much about the Dark Sword deity painting, Ling Xiao couldn't let it go. Hence, he channeled 90% of his Yin-Yang Yuan force and merged it into the heavy sword. He stabbed it out. A sword to the west. His opponent was too strong, so he could only use an advanced Jade Greatsword technique. Boom. Their Yuan force collided, and there were continuous explosions. The entire underground secret room seemed to be collapsing. Ling Xiao was also pushed back by a terrifying force for close to 100 meters. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The difference in cultivation level was huge. Without using the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he was still at a disadvantage. This isn't the place to fight. Let's find another battlefield. Although Ling Xiao wanted to get his hands on all the treasures, it didn't seem like it was possible now. Once this place collapsed, he and the Black Wolf General would probably be buried alive. It was better to fight outside. He really wanted to see just how powerful this Black Wolf General was. Even though he had only received one attack, he could already feel the barrier of his cultivation level cracking. His cultivation level was finally showing signs of a breakthrough. Anyway, he had already accumulated all his strength. The next step was to rely on the opponent's powerful essence energy to help him break through. It wasn't the first or second time that he had used such a crazy method of breaking through, so Ling Xiao was very familiar with it. With a flash of his body, Ling Xiao pierced through the ground with the light godly traversal and turned into a beam of sword light, breaking through the air and landing on the ground. After that, he stood there and waited for his opponent to arrive. The Black Wolf General was stronger than Ling Xiao, but his speed was really lacking. Ling Xiao had already been up there for about a minute before he broke through the huge block of soil and came up. Good boy, you have guts. You actually dared to not run away. Seeing that Ling Xiao did not escape, General He Lang could not help but smile. Only if Ling Xiao didn't run away would he have a chance to take revenge. Otherwise, if that thing of his was taken away, wouldn't he become a laughing stock? Moreover, he would definitely be angered to death. Why are you running? My mission this time is to kill you. Ling Xiao said indifferently. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. General He Lang didn't bother to talk to Ling Xiao at all. His terrifying attack once again rushed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao cooperated with his occult world body. With the Steel Armored Ox Demon Transformation, Advanced Lava Battle Body, Advanced Thunder Battle Body, and Scarlet Sun Feather Raiment, he fought against General He Lang. He knew that he was no match for his opponent, but he still attacked with all his might. It was not just passive defense. This way, the opponent's attacks would be more ferocious. He was getting closer and closer to breaking through. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. The two of them fought for a full 10 rounds. Ling Xiao's body was injured in 7 or 8 places. Every part of it looked extremely miserable. As for General He Lang, he was only hit by Ling Xiao's sword. There was a blood stain on his neck, but it was not particularly obvious. The difference in strength between the two was still quite big. I'm about to break through. All of a sudden, Ling Xiao felt a surge of energy crazily trying to surge out of his body. He turned around and dodged another attack from General He Lang before finally disappearing into the shadows. Next, he had to find a place to break through in peace. After breaking through, it would not be too late to fight General He Lang again. He was too fast for General He Lang to keep up. After searching for a long time, General He Lang still could not find him. Suddenly, he received an order saying that there was another group of people coming from outside the White Wolf County city. The strongest among them was a young man whose cultivation level was similar to his. General He Lang was furious when he heard this. He vented all his hatred for Ling Xiao on this young man. Deputy General, go find that kid. I'll take care of the trouble outside. With that, he rushed out without waiting for the Deputy General's order. He was obviously eager to vent his anger. General He Lang's deputy general was a paper man in his 40s who looked more cultured and refined. However, his eyes were somewhat evil and cold. His cultivation level had also reached the middle stage of the third level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm, which was why he was qualified to be the deputy general. He was also called the second chief by the He Lang soldiers. After receiving General He Lang's order, he started to instruct the He Lang soldiers to conduct a carpet search of the White Wolf County city. At this moment, Ling Xiao had returned to the secret underground room and started to focus on breaking through. The higher the cultivation level, the longer the time needed to break through. This time, he had fought with General He Lang for 10 rounds and risked being killed before he showed signs of breaking through. He naturally did not want to miss this opportunity. He had to find a safe place to break through. After about 15 minutes, Ling Xiao rushed out of the ground again. The group of He Lang soldiers who were searching for him on the surface were hit by the terrifying sword chi. Their bodies were torn into two on the spot. Ling Xiao stood on a commanding height and looked coldly into the distance. There was a battle going on there. It was a battle between two experts. Two warriors at the peak of the third level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm were fighting there. They were like two human-shaped demon beasts. Every time they attacked, a huge sandstorm would erupt in the desert. There was a strong smell of blood in the air. Many He Lang soldiers had been killed. Their corpses could be seen both inside and outside the White Wolf County city. It's General He Lang? Who is that? Ling Xiao squinted his eyes and looked carefully. He could not help but frown when he saw the fierce sandstorm. After looking carefully, he understood everything. Idiot. I didn't expect this guy to chase me all the way here. It seems like he really wants to kill me. Many He Lang soldiers and Sand Clan warriors could not interfere in the battle between the two experts. This was because once they got close to the battle, it was very likely that they would be killed by the terrifying power. That person seems to be Bai Yin from the Foreign Clan. Why is he here? On the first day that Ling Xiao joined the Dark Clan, he had already read through the information of the top 10 warriors of the Dark Clan. He knew more about Bai Yin, who was ranked 3rd. Good boy. In order to reduce the number of competitors, you want to use idiot to kill me? Chapter 2408. Sha Diao was fighting with the Black Wolf General. As for Bai Yin, she stood to the side and watched silently. At the only exit of White Wolf County City, there were dozens of Sand Clan martial artists blocking the entrance. Of course, they were not trying to stop the Black Wolf soldiers from entering. They were trying to stop Ling Xiao and prevent him from escaping. You really want to kill me? Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Sha Diao, help me stop the Black Wolf General. I'll kill Bai Yin first. Those who kill me must die. Ling Xiao laughed coldly in his heart. Then, he disappeared into the darkness again and advanced in the huge black sandstorm. His target was Bai Yin. He was not afraid of exposing his identity. He had already entered the demonic Tyrant Blood Dragon martial soul transformation state. In any case, Bai Yin deserved to be killed. That idiot would definitely not dare to leak the news. This kid had sworn not to attack him. If the people of 8 Immortal Mountain knew that this kid still wanted to kill Ling Xiao, he would be finished. Ling Xiao's cultivation had reached the early stage of the 3rd level of Hell. Even the power of the Meteor Sword technique had increased greatly. He did not need to use a high-tier Jade martial skill or secret technique to deal with Bai Yin. A heavenly fire caused hundreds of spots of light to appear in the void. Then, these spots of light turned into hundreds of dazzling sword chi and exploded in the void like thunder. They pierced towards Bai Yin from hundreds of meters away. The heavenly fire's magic was that it could disperse and deal with a group of people. It could also target a single person and make them suffer a series of attacks. It would be difficult to dodge. When the sword chi came, it was too late for Bai Yin to notice. The sword chi flashed like stars and was extremely fast. Bai Yin could feel the sharp chi from dozens of meters away. If it cut his skin, he would be in trouble. Bai Yin's face was filled with fear. It was impossible for him to block such an attack. Who was his opponent? Why did he suddenly attack him? He did not understand. The hundreds of sword chi were about to pierce his body and turn him into a hedgehog. A loud roar came from the sky. Bastard! How dare you kill a disciple of the 8 Immortals Mountain? You're courting death. He couldn't let Bain die. Bain had come with him. If she was killed, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the Dark Race. Tell the truth? What a joke. If he did, he would die a horrible death. But to lie? If that happened, people would definitely think that he was the one who killed Bain. Therefore, he definitely could not let Bain die. He sent the Black Wolf General flying with a single punch before charging towards Ling Xiao. He wanted to stop Ling Xiao from killing Bain. Black Sun Storm Sword. In the void, a black sun suddenly appeared. The entire desert seemed to have turned black, emitting a gloomy aura. In the end, the terrifying sword managed to block Bai Yin's attack in time. Boom! The black sun released a black light and collided with Ling Xiao's meteor sword art. An explosion that turned the entire desert upside down erupted. Gravel flew everywhere like a sandstorm. Many of the nearby Black Wolf soldiers and Sandrace's warriors were killed because they couldn't dodge in time. This attack from the Sand Eagle was extremely powerful. The Black Sun Storm Sword. Ling Xiao had never seen the Sand Eagle use such a move before. It seemed like this guy's strength was not to be underestimated. Bain heaved a sigh of relief after being saved by the Sand Eagle. I recognize you, Ling Xiao. I didn't expect that you would dare to attack Bain. Did you really think that I would let you have your way? Ling Xiao's demonic tyrant blood dragon martial soul transformation was too obvious. There was no way the Sand Eagle couldn't recognize him. He stood proudly in front of Bain and said arrogantly, "If I want to kill her, can you stop me? Moreover, you swore that you wouldn't attack me. If you break your oath, it will come true." Ling Xiao looked at the Sand Eagle and said calmly, If I kill you, no one will know that I broke my oath. Naturally, I won't be punished." The Sand Eagle snorted and was about to attack Ling Xiao. However, at that moment, Bain let out an ear-piercing scream. Her body was torn to pieces. The terrifying sword she completely cut him apart, as if he was being torn apart by 5 horses. What? The Sand Eagle looked behind him in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes. He had blocked Ling Xiao's attack. How could Bain still die? I told you, if I, Ling Xiao, want to kill someone, he won't be able to live. Ling Xiao mocked. You might be able to kill someone, but you're not qualified to save someone. I have hundreds of sword auras. You only blocked 320 of them. There are also dozens of sword chi that I have hidden in the quicksand. Killing him is enough. The number 3 outer prodigy of the Dark Tribe is nothing in my eyes. Forget it. If he's dead, you must die too. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself. The Sand Eagle said coldly. The outer sect disciples of the Dark Tribe fought to the death for a ranking. In the end, both of them died. That should be a good report, right? Let's not make up such a cliché story. It's boring. Ling Xiao was no longer afraid of the Sand Eagle. The moment he reached the early stage of the 3rd level of Hell, the Sand Eagle's threat to him was reduced to single digits. Although it wasn't 0, it was much, much less. So you're a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain. The Black Wolf Army doesn't want to interfere in your feud. Kid, hand over the Dark Sword deity painting and I'll let you go. The Black Wolf General suddenly said, Give it back to you? Do you have a big face? Ling Xiao looked at the Black Wolf General and said, To tell you the truth, I came to the White Wolf County City for no other reason than to kill you. Take the Dark Sword Immortal Portrait as my spoils of war. You're courting death. The Black Wolf General was surrounded by black aura. He had almost turned into a huge black werewolf. His physique was even more burly than the previous leader. He was also more powerful. Wolves and dogs are from the same clan. You might be able to become one of my martial souls. A beast soul at the peak of the 3rd level of Hell. Not bad, not bad. I can use it for a long time. Among the 12 beast gods, there was a dog god. Wolves and dogs were from the same clan. Therefore, Ling Xiao could use the Black Wolf General's beast soul. Black Wolf General, why don't we work together? Since we have a common enemy, wouldn't it be great if we worked together to kill him? The Sand Eagle suddenly looked at the Black Wolf General and suggested, You people from the 8 Immortal Mountain are not trustworthy. The Black Wolf General couldn't work together with the Sand Eagle because he didn't know if the Sand Eagle and Ling Xiao had a feud. If they were ambushed in the process, he would be in trouble. Therefore, he would rather watch Ling Xiao fight with the Sand Eagle. He believed that his strength was more than enough to deal with Ling Xiao. There was no need for him to work with anyone. Idiot, you'll be at a disadvantage if you underestimate this guy. The Sand Eagle frowned. Only those who had experienced the battle with Ling Xiao knew how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Chapter 2409. It's not up to you to judge whether I'm an idiot or not. If you have the ability, stay away and let me have a showdown with this Ling Xiao. The Black Wolf General would definitely not let Ling Xiao go because the Dark Sword Deity diagram was with Ling Xiao. As for Xiao, he didn't want to be his enemy if he could. If it was any other day, Xiao wouldn't retreat. But today, he was here to kill Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao could fight with the Black Wolf General, then one of them would definitely be injured. Even if Ling Xiao wasn't injured, he would definitely consume a lot of energy. At that time, it would be easier for him to kill Ling Xiao. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and led the rest of the sand race to retreat with Bai Yin's body. When they reached the only way to the Eight Immortals County, they laid in ambush. Naturally, they were waiting for Ling Xiao. You should join forces with him. After Xiao left, Ling Xiao looked at the Black Wolf General and said, "Bullshit, with your little strength. I don't need to join forces with anyone to take your dog life." The Black Wolf General was very confident. Is that so? Then let's try. After saying this, a terrifying purple gas rose from Ling Xiao's body and soared into the sky. The purple gas actually enveloped the storm from before. A huge purple sword appeared behind Ling Xiao. Eastern Purple Chi Sword, one sword to the west, proficient in fire control. Under constant grinding, Soaring Cloud had already been cultivated to the level of proficiency. It could be used more often, and its power had also increased. To deal with the Black Wolf General, a mid-tier Jade martial skill was no longer enough. He had to directly use a high-tier Jade martial skill. Moreover, this Eastern Purple Chi Sword was compatible with Ling Xiao's demonic Tyrant Blood Dragon martial soul transformation and his powerful high-tier lightning body. Ling Xiao wanted to kill the Black Wolf General and was determined to fight with all his strength. Moreover, he wanted to rely on his own strength and not the Butterfly Lady's strength. The moment the giant purple sword appeared, it didn't end. Behind Ling Xiao, a pitch-black universe emerged. It was a boundless universe that was pitch-black. Only the stars were dotted in the void. The black sandstorm was sucked into the black universe and disappeared. Tyrannical martial spirit. Ling Xiao was Ling Xiao's greatest source of confidence. This was his own strength and his own trump card. It was different from the attacks of the Butterfly Lady and Yuan Venerates. What is it? The moment the Tyrant martial spirit appeared, the Black Wolf General felt a great threat, but he couldn't understand what it was. He just felt confused. There was some fear in his heart. However, in front of so many Black Wolf soldiers, he could not back down. Although it was hard to back down, he had to back down. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to put his old face. "Ah-oh!" A wolf howl came out of his mouth. His body was several times larger than before. His height had already reached 4 to 5 meters. His sturdy muscles made him extremely strong. The surging black chi released from his body finally helped him block some of the pressure from the tyrannical martial spirit. He felt much better. His confidence also recovered. He is merely at the peak of the first transformation second level of hell. Even if he has a strange martial spirit, it can't make up for the huge gap in cultivation. Killing him will be as easy as flipping my hand. The Black Wolf General encouraged himself in his heart. Are you thinking that I'm only at the peak of the first transformation second level of hell, and that I'm easy to deal with? Unfortunately, my cultivation has only just broken through. Ling Xiao looked at the Black Wolf General. His soaring aura made the giant purple sword even bigger. The giant sword turned into a ray of light and blended into the pitch-black universe. Then, it returned. Like a comet, it dragged a long purple tail in the universe and shot over at an extremely fast speed. The early stage of the first transformation, third level of hell, the Black Wolf General was shocked. You actually hid just now to improve your cultivation? That's right. I have to thank you for this. If it wasn't for the tough battle with you that allowed me to break through my cultivation that had been stuck for a long time, I might not be your match. In order to thank you, I'll finish you off in one move. Ling Xiao said indifferently, Bullsh asterisk T. So what if you've broken through? Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? The Black Wolf General was furious. He howled again and his body flashed. His huge body was extremely agile. He turned into countless afterimages and pounced on Ling Xiao. His attack wasn't that big, but Ling Xiao could feel that the destructive power was really terrifying. I'm going to break your neck so that you won't be able to be so arrogant anymore. The huge wolf body instantly appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Then, its huge claws covered the sky and slammed down on Ling Xiao's head. It's over. Ling Xiao and the Black Wolf General said the same thing. Then, a huge purple light pierced through the Black Wolf General's body and nailed him to the city wall of the White Wolf County. The Black Wolf soldiers who were originally cheering were instantly muted. They looked at this scene in horror. The Black Wolf General is dead. It was unknown who shouted, but the Black Wolf soldiers began to scatter in all directions. Without their commander, they lost their backbone. They didn't dare to face a powerful enemy, although there were some brave Black Wolf soldiers who stayed behind. But Ling Xiao didn't even look at them. He reached out and pulled out a cursed demonic beast crystal core from the Black Wolf General's body. It contained the Black Wolf General's beast soul and all his demonic power. Then, in front of all the Black Wolf soldiers, Ling Xiao swallowed the demonic beast crystal core. His demonic power was quickly converted and filled the reservoir of his cultivation. The reservoir was filled by a third of the water directly. And this wasn't Ling Xiao's main goal. The Black Wolf General Martial Soul that gradually appeared behind him was Ling Xiao's main goal. The Black Wolf General Martial Soul occupied the Hound God's deity position. From today onwards, 4 of the 12 Beast God's deity positions in Ling Xiao's body had been occupied. Butterfly Lady Martial Soul, Steel Armored Ox Demon Martial Soul, Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Martial Soul, Black Wolf General Martial Soul. Of course, there was still the strongest Sun God Martial Soul that was sealed and temporarily useless. Only when Ling Xiao became stronger could he use it to truly unleash its terrifying power. This Black Wolf General's corpse can be used to complete the mission. Ling Xiao could feel the increase in his strength, and he was extremely pleased. Facing the charging Black Wolf soldiers, he suddenly transformed into the Black Wolf General. Every incarnation could inherit the strongest moves of the Beast Soul itself. The Steel Armored Ox Demon Martial Soul gave Ling Xiao the Steel Armored Ox Demon Shield, a powerful defensive move. Without a grade, it would only become stronger as the Martial Soul became stronger. The Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Martial Soul gave Ling Xiao the Demonic Dragon Blood Curse, a secret technique. Once used, it could directly absorb the opponent's blood and qi, causing the opponent to panic. If the opponent's strength wasn't high, it could also directly suck the opponent dry. Ling Xiao had never used these 2 moves before because his cultivation hadn't broken through to the first revolution 3 levels of hell, and he felt that their power wasn't enough. Chapter 24:10. As for the move that the Black Wolf General taught Ling Xiao, it was the Black Wolf Pack Kill. It was also a single move, the same move that the Black Wolf General had released earlier. At this time, Ling Xiao was also released. The shadows of a pack of black wolves pounced on the Black Wolf soldiers. Combined with Ling Xiao's mastery of the profound meaning of shadows, it was several times stronger than the Black Wolf generals. Although the Black Wolf soldiers were brave and wanted to avenge their general, the only result of attacking Ling Xiao was death. We can go now. He had obtained so many treasures, completed his mission, and killed Bai Yin. Ling Xiao felt that there was no need to kill anymore. He turned around and transformed into a black wolf, darting into the vast desert. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. What should we do, Second Master? Seeing Ling Xiao leave and knowing that the Black Wolf General had died in battle, the rest of the surviving Black Wolf soldiers placed their hopes on the second leader. Don't worry, we will definitely avenge the general. Don't forget his true identity. The second master looked at the dust in the distance and gritted his teeth. Pack up, we're going to the 8 Immortal City. On the road to the 8 Immortal City, Ling Xiao was ambushed. But this ambush was a bit laughable. Facing the much stronger Ling Xiao, the 46 Sandray soldiers who ambushed Ling Xiao were all killed except for Shadiao. Shadiao, Shadiao. It's time for us to settle our grudges today. Ling Xiao wanted to kill Shadiao. He didn't do it that day because he wanted to give no light in the night face. Now that he had entered the dark race, he didn't need to give anyone face. What's more, this was the outside world. Shadiao was alone. Even if he killed him, the Sandrace wouldn't know who did it. So what if they suspected him? In any case, the Sandrace couldn't blame Ling Xiao for the deaths of all their soldiers, right? Ling Xiao's killing intent began to brew. As he spoke, the terrifying shadow of a wolf gradually formed around him. At this moment, he was like the leader of a pack of black wolves, evil and powerful. The terrifying black gas caused the surrounding air to become cold. You really are a monster. If I don't kill you today, I'm afraid I won't be able to make a name for myself. Seeing that Ling Xiao had transformed into a black wolf general and was a huge werewolf that was 4 to 5 meters tall, he was shocked. The sand eagle felt a trace of fear, but more than that, it felt anger and hatred. He knew that Ling Xiao had to die. Moreover, he had to kill this guy today. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be this kid's match in the future. Facing the incoming pack of wolves, the sand eagle could feel the threat. Each of the wolf shadows had the power to destroy an ancient martial art practitioner of the first transition 2nd level of hell, or an ancient martial art practitioner of the 3rd level of hell. Although it couldn't kill him, it could definitely severely injure him. What's more, it wasn't just one wolf silhouette, but hundreds of them. They were densely packed, making one's scalp go numb. Sand Eagle knew that he could not be afraid. With a wave of his hand, 3 swords flew out from his storage ring at the same time. Then, 3 black suns appeared behind his back. They looked even more powerful than the attack he used to save Bai Yin. Each of the black suns was formed by terrifying black sword chi and demonic fire. The blazing sword chi tore through the void. It was strange and unpredictable. The sword radiance pierced the wolf shadows, producing explosive sounds and shattering them one by one. Although this move consumed a lot of the Sand Eagle's Yin-Yang Yuan Qi, he still had a cold smile on his face. So your cultivation has broken through to the early stage of the first transition 3rd level of hell. No wonder you dare to fight me. However, do you really think that your early stage cultivation can defeat me, who is at the peak of my cultivation? You overestimate yourself. The Sand Eagle already knew Ling Xiao's true cultivation after this collision. Although he was surprised that Ling Xiao could achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation in such a short time, he really didn't care about an early-stage cultivation of the first transition 3rd level of hell. One had to know that there was a tenfold difference between the early stage and middle stage cultivation. Early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. This was a difference of 30 times. How could he lose? Although he didn't know what happened to the Black Wolf General, he guessed that Ling Xiao had lost. The reason why he transformed into the Black Wolf General was to cover up his failure. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to kill the Black Wolf General. It was true that Ling Xiao was strong, but after knowing Ling Xiao's true cultivation, the Sand Eagle wasn't afraid anymore. In fact, he even felt disdain and contempt for Ling Xiao in the depths of his heart. It seems that my father guessed correctly. You were so powerful at the Black Deity Mountain because of the array formation. Without the array formation, you are a piece of trash. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me when your cultivation is so different from mine? Today, I will send you on your way. At this moment, the Sand Eagle had forgotten the oath he had made. He hated Ling Xiao so much that he could throw the oath to the back of his mind. 3 suns, Black Sun Extinction Sword. The 3 black suns exploded with black sword chi. Like a roaring wind, they blasted towards Ling Xiao. Terrifying sword light shone in the void. However, it was a terrifying black light. Can't you see? The current you is no longer my opponent. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. He released the Sky Tyrant martial spirit again. Fighting in a place where there were no bystanders was cool enough. He could release the Sky Tyrant martial spirit without restraint to strengthen his combat strength. East Rising Purple Chi Sword. One sword destruction. Small success. This was the second move of the East Rising Purple Chi Sword, a move that Ling Xiao had just learned. After breaking through his cultivation, learning anything seemed to be much easier. The sword light flickered and easily struck the three black suns, preventing them from advancing any further. Stupid guy, you dare to touch my three black suns. You are simply Zhao Ri. Black sun burning body. Sword injury to 5 organs. Die. The three black suns suddenly exploded. The terrifying heat seeped into Ling Xiao's heavy sword and then into Ling Xiao's body, destroying Ling Xiao directly from the inside. This was the most terrifying part of the Sand Eagle's Black Sun Sandstorm Sword. Who is the stupid one? Facing the Sand Eagle's sudden attack, Ling Xiao's expression did not change. A black hole appeared in the palm of his right hand. Shadow Ultimacy, Dark Prison. Since he had decided to kill the Sand Eagle, he did not care what martial arts he used. The Light Shadow Ultimacy could be used. Although it was not as strong as when he was at his peak, it was more than enough to deal with the Sand Eagle, especially when the Sky Tyrant martial spirit was released. The black hole became even larger in the boundless universe. The light of the three black suns were all swallowed by the black hole. Ling Xiao did this just to take advantage of the Sand Eagle's attack. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.